Okay, good morning. If you all take your seats, please. It's 9:02. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting going. Okay, thank you, everyone. And there's plenty of seats up here if you all want to find a seat, but it is 9:02. We are here December 9th. Here at the BOCC chambers for our last meeting of 2025. Congratulations, commissioners. You made it through another year. At this time, we are going to take a moment of silence. So if you'll all please join me in a moment of silence. If you're able to stand, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Brandy, can you please do a roll call for determination of quorum?
Commissioner Gameros.
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Chair Chaparro.
Present.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Present. We do have quorum this morning. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. County Manager Andrews, do we have any changes to the agenda this morning? Should have said that slower. I apologize.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Big crowd today. You guys are looking sharp. The only change is just who will be presenting. So no changes to the agenda, but 14, 15, and 16 will be presented by Mr. Stephen Lopez.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Next up, we will have the consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of reoccurring or routine business. We do have items number 1 through 10 today. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, a second by Commissioner Gameros. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll please roll call the commission.
Commissioner Gameros.
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Can you give us those resolution numbers, please?
Yes, we have one, item number 2025-148.
Wonderful, thank you, Brandy. Okay, next up, we do have the meat of the meeting today, if you will, our employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we do have our Assistant County Manager, Deb Weir, here today to go over all these people. We have a ton of people on this list, so just stick with us today, folks.
That doesn't matter.
Where am I at? I'm missing some.
Administrator with the Human Resources Department with 15 years of service to Doña County.
'Cause isn't it right here?
Victor Uranga is the Facility Maintenance Supervisor, also with 15 years of service to Doña County. Mr. Dennis Flores, Equipment Operator at the Roads Department with 15 years.
So since we're doing,
Mr. Ignacio Gonzalez, a Heavy Equipment Operator in the Roads Department with 25 years of service.
yes.
And Mr. Ruben Olivas, a Heavy Equipment Operator in the Roads Department, also with 25 years of service. And for our retirements, I would like to start with Mr. Robert Herrera, if he would join me up here. Good morning. How are you? Mr. Robert Herrera joined the county in June of 2023 as the Director of Facilities and Services. In his role as director, he oversaw the essential operations and supports the maintenance, safety, and functionality of county facilities. His leadership helped ensure that the services were delivered efficiently and that public spaces were well maintained for the benefit of residents and visitors alike. Robert approaches his work with thoughtful decision-making and a strong sense of responsibility toward the community he serves. Throughout his time with Doña County, Robert was known for his professionalism, collaborative approach, and ability to lead with clarity and purpose. As he retires, the county extends their appreciation to him for his service and dedication, and we wish him the best in his retirement to enjoy more time with his family. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Okay. And Robert, don't go. If I could have Martine join me at the front.
Good morning. We'd like to celebrate Graciela Chavez. Began her career with Doña County January 2002. Dedicated more than 2 decades to keeping the government center running smoothly. Her commitment to maintenance and safety and well care for environment has supported every department, every person who walks through our doors. Graciela has taken great pride in keeping the government center clean, sanitized, and safe, creating a work environment where county employees and visitors feel comfortable and welcome every day. She is known for her dependability, punctuality, and excellent work ethic. Graciela did not just complete the task in front of her. She consistently looked ahead. My favorite memory was how Graciela would proactively suggest adjustments to ensure all areas of the building were covered, demonstrating her commitment to supporting the entire facility and her team. Graciela's reliability and quiet leadership behind the scenes reached far beyond her daily responsibilities. She approached every task with kindness and genuine care, setting a positive tone in the workplace and lifting the spirits of those around her. Her presence truly made a difference, and she will be deeply missed by all her co-workers. Help us express deep appreciation to Graciela's 23 years dedicated service to Doña County. Talking to Mike. Okay. We'd also like to celebrate Olga Herrera, joined Doña County February 6th. For nearly 2 decades, she has warm and dependable presence in the second floor of the government center, ensuring that spaces our department would work in are clean, welcoming, and cared for every single day. Through her title, her title is building attendant, Olga is affectionately known as the holiday decorator. Her creativity brings joy and seasonal spirit to the government center, transforming common areas into festive, inviting spaces that brighten both employees and visitors daily. Olga is also known as the person who can always find what you need, whether it be a box for packing, an extension cord, or something random that you don't even know you need. Olga has it, or she can find it for you. Resourcefulness has made her a go-to support for countless coworkers over the years. Her contribution extends far beyond her regular duties. She helps take down the flags, turns off lights each evening, supports employee activity committees, and works late most days. Always putting others first, even challenging days, she brings the positive attitude and makes sure the people around her feel comfortable and supported. I've worked alongside Olga for 18 years, and during that time, she has demonstrated an unwavering work ethic, showing up consistently, contributing generously, and truly caring about the people she serves. Doña County is sincerely grateful to Olga's dedication, reliability, and kindness. We will miss her. Her service has made our place brighter in more ways than one. After nearly 20 years of service to the residents of Doña County, we wish her a retirement with others are being as helpful to her as she has been to us. Thank you, Olga. Got a nice tray there for you. We're also celebrating George Castañeda. He joined the county June 2013. He has spent more than a decade as a building attendant, keeping the government center and many other county facilities running smoothly and looking their best. He is known as a go-to person anytime there is a need for event setups, floor maintenance, or urgent cleanup support. George not only attends to the government center daily, he also stages and sets up meeting rooms and special events, ensuring that every space is prepared for the public, for leadership, and for the community gatherings. As the county's in-house floor tech, George takes great pride in the care of our carpets and floors throughout the county's facilities. I enjoyed watching George continually experiment with our floor equipment to find the most efficient and highest quality results. He's always trying to look for a way to do better work with those machines, putting them to their fullest. A sign of his dedication to doing the job not only just well, but exceptionally well. When emergencies arise, George is always the one who steps in, ready, reliable, and steady under pressure. He willingly covers his coworkers' areas when needed, consistently demonstrates teamwork and commitment. George approaches his work with a calm, focus, and determined attitude, slow and steady, making sure the job is done right. That dedication, paired with his expertise in facility care, has made him an invaluable part of the team. Join us in thanking George for his 12 years of service to residents in Doña County. Right on, man. Thank you. All right. Right on, thanks.
Congratulations. Got one more. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could please have Captain Drake and Catherine Lazoya join us up front.
Let me short, so I'm going to have to adjust this. Okay, I'd like to recognize Kathy Lazoya. She's the administrative assistant for the Doña County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division. Kathy started her career with Doña County in 2009 as a document technician in the treasurer's office, later becoming an accounting specialist. And then in 2017, she joined the sheriff's office and has since served in multiple administrative roles, currently supporting the Criminal Investigations Division, where she assists detectives, victims, and the public. I, as her supervisor, shared that Kathy's work ethic and attention to detail has made her indispensable, highlighting Kathy's positive attitude as a defining part of her service. I've also noted that Kathy's friendly spirit, her professionalism and resilience and candor helped to brighten tough days when dealing with some of the hardest aspects of law enforcement. Beyond her daily responsibilities, Kathy enjoyed supporting employee morale through the Employee Activity Committee and hopes that staff continue to value and participate in their efforts. Outside of work, Kathy enjoys spending time with her cats, camping, watching movies, and shopping. However, her greatest joy is her 18-month-old grandson, who she looks forward to seeing more in retirement. Join us as we thank Kathy Lazoya, for her dedication, her hard work, and many years of service to the residents of Doña County.
Thank you. Next, if we could have Mr. John Gwynn join us up front and Commissioner Reynolds.
You know, some people have a special place in this organization, and I think John's one of them. Since joining Doña County in June of 2011, John Gwynn has played a pivotal role in the success and advancement of Doña County Flood Commission. From the first day as an engineering supervisor, he's been deeply involved in strengthening the county's flood control infrastructure, improving project planning, guiding major initiatives that protect residents and property throughout the whole region. On a daily basis, he reviewed the status of ongoing projects, flood commission initiatives, monitored budgets and schedules, worked closely with the flood team on long-term project planning, funding opportunities, strategic development. His willingness to share critical institutional knowledge has helped shape a capable, well-informed, and resilient team. Known throughout the department as a strong team leader, he is respected for his steady guidance, practical problem-solving abilities, and unwavering commitment to both the staff and the community. During his tenure, the Flood Commission has received significant milestones, achieved significant milestones in reducing flood risk in La Union, Doña, and East Mesa. These accomplishments were driven by the construction of new flood infrastructure and by his leadership in securing dramatically increased funding. When he started the Flood Commission, the agency managed just one capital infrastructure grant worth $500,000. Today, thanks to years of effort, collaboration, and strategic planning, the Flood Commission manages 35 grants totaling approximately $48 million, representing a transformational expansion in the county's flood mitigation capabilities. Outside the office, he enjoys a variety of hobbies that reflect both creativity and adventure. He is an avid golfer, a motorcycle enthusiast, and at home, he spends time in his hobby shop, affectionately referred to as his man cave, where he designs and builds projects using his 3D printer, laser cutting engraver, and woodworking tools. Doña County proudly extends its deepest gratitude for John Gwynn's 14 years of honorable and dedicated service. Thank you, John.
Next, if I could please have Becky come join me up front. Today, we recognize Rebecca Villagrana for her dedicated service and positive impact she's had throughout her career at Doña County. Becky began her career with the county in May 2008 when she joined the team as a switchboard operator. From the very beginning, she was a dependable and welcoming presence for the public and staff alike. Throughout her career, she's provided exceptional customer service, serving as the first voice many people hear when calling the county and the first friendly face greeting visitors as they walk through our doors. Whether answering phones, assisting walk-in guests, or directing individuals to the correct office or outside agencies, Becky has always ensured that every person feels respected and well-guided. Among her coworkers, Becky is known for her kindness, sense of humor, and warm personality. She is affectionately referred to as the cat lady. Becky takes great pride in her strong work ethic, her commitment to providing quality customer service, and the values that have guided her throughout her time with the county. Outside of work, Becky loves spending time outdoors and cherishes the time she shares with her daughter who lives with her. With most of her family living out of state, she stays closely connected through frequent calls and messages, though she jokes that after telling everyone she planned to become the traveling relative in retirement, no one answers her phone anymore. As Becky steps into retirement, she looks forward to new adventures, more time with loved ones, and the freedom to visit the people and places that bring her joy. She will be greatly missed by her coworkers and many community members she has helped over the years. Please join us in congratulating Becky on her well-earned retirement and thanking her for more than 16 years of outstanding service to Doña County. Thank you. If I could please have Lieutenant Skowronski and Husheng join me up front.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Today, we recognize and honor Husheng Soju for his outstanding service and commitment to the safety of Doña County. Husheng began his career in Doña in November of 2002. And from the beginning, he's played a critical role in providing for the security at the 3rd Judicial Courthouse. Each day, he is responsible and assists in checking in and screening between 500 and 800 individuals, assuring that everyone that enters the courthouse can be safe and be there with confidence. His attention to detail, his professionalism, and his calm presence helps maintain the security of the staff and the public that enter. Beyond managing the public entry, Husheng also is assisting in receiving, escorting, and safely delivering up to 30 inmates per day to the prospective judges and scheduled hearings. During this time, he helps with assistance in the complex court dockets that change constantly each day. With the 9 different courtrooms, we have domestic matters, divorce matters, child support matters. We have criminal cases, anywhere from murder, homicides, all different types of juvenile cases. Mr. Husheng does that scheduling and does it excellent. Along with his colleagues, among his callings, Husheng is best known for his positive attitude. If you know him, you know what I'm talking about. He's very kind. He welcomes people consistently with a happy face, yelling out their names if he knows them, which at the court, there's 100 different employees for the state that are there. And I think he knows every single one of them. It's awesome to see that. I'm very much impressed by him in that matter. He is very, just having the manner and the joy that he has in himself, he is very professional, and he does the job day in and day out with excellence. He's also an excellent cook. Husheng, I don't know if you're aware of this, sometimes he'll cook hamburgers at the courthouse, and there'll be 100 people in line for his hamburgers. McDonald's only wish, right? Yeah. He makes a pomegranate chicken that he will not give my wife the recipe. And he makes spaghetti, and first time I had his spaghetti, I was looking at it and I'm like, why is there potatoes in the spaghetti sauce? And I'm just telling you, you need to put potatoes in your spaghetti sauce, all right? I'm just letting you know, so. All right. Outside of work, Hussein he enjoys his dog. He likes to be out and take hikes and be out in the mountains and the desert area. But he has a 10-acre piece of property in the county that when he first started with it, he had, I think he has almost 200 trees there, he was telling me. And he's always bringing nuts to me and different types of things. And so when he started, they were little seedlings like this, and now they're fully developed trees. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be spending his time out there doing those type of things. So I just want to say something personal to my friend here. When I came to the county, it was like, I don't know, 17 years ago, they said, hey, the academy starts in 4 months. Why don't you go over to the district court? I'm like, sure. You know, I was 42 years old. They hired me. I'm going to go. So I went there, and this guy greeted me just like we were best friends. Until this day, it's the same. So everybody, I want to honor this man today. All right?
And Mr. Chair, if I may. Thank you. Hoosh. What can I say, my friend? We promised we wouldn't cry today. I am so grateful that we're friends, number one, and I'm so grateful that I got to see you almost every day for the last many years. You are an exceptional man. Honest, loyal, hardworking, a man of your word. You were always early to court and the last one to leave. And you've protected my life that I can remember twice. And besides Terry Velma, you're probably the fastest one in that courthouse. And we will miss you. I will miss you. You are the face, one of the 4 faces that I remember at the district court, always with a smile. You were always very helpful. You were exactly the same to attorneys, to judges, to people that came before the court, never wavering from respect. And I think that's what I'm going to remember most about you, and all of us are going to remember most about you. But I never got a burger, friend. Ever. I was never invited to hamburgers. So I look forward to your cooking the hamburgers, but I do remember the spaghetti with papas. God bless you, and thank you for sharing joy with me and loss with me, and always, always asking about my parents, especially my papi. I love you, friend.
If I could have Ms. Janine Dibiak and Mr. Robbie Acosta, please join us up front.
Good morning, all. Today, we honor Environmental Codes Officer Robert Acosta. Robbie Acosta retires from Doña County after 21 years of dedicated public service. He began his career with the county in November of 2004, when he first joined as a codes officer. From the start, he demonstrated professionalism, reliability, and a strong commitment to serving the residents of Doña County. Throughout his career, Robbie continued to build a reputation as a knowledgeable and dedicated and dependable codes officer. His work required careful judgment, consistent follow-through, and a steady presence for all of which he exhibited daily. Whether addressing community concerns, ensuring compliance, or assisting residents with difficult situations, Robbie approached his responsibility with integrity and a genuine desire to help. His contributions supported the safety and well-being of the communities he served. Robbie's longevity with the county reflects his dedication to public service and his strong work ethic. Colleagues described him as committed, hardworking, and always willing to step in where needed. His positive attitude and steady leadership made him a valuable member of the county workforce, and his presence will be missed by all of his coworkers and team members. Doña County extends its sincere appreciation for his many years of commitment and wishes him the very best in his retirement years ahead. Thank you. Congratulations.
And if we could please have Ms. Priscilla Ramirez also join us, and for Janine to come on back up.
Okay, so today we honor 26 years of retirement for Priscilla Ramirez, who's a planning assistant in the Community Development Department. Priscilla has proudly served Doña County for more than 26 years. She began her career in September of 1998 as a temporary building attendant with the physical plant when we were downtown Las Cruces in the old annex building. That's how far back we go, Priscilla. And then she became full-time later that year in November. In October of 2001, Priscilla joined the treasurer's office as an office specialist and eventually moved to community development in July of 2006 as a development technician 1 in building services. As of December 2022, she has served in her current role as a planning assistant and zoning enforcement officer, also in community development. Priscilla shared that the most rewarding part of her career has been the relationships she has built and the work done to serve the public and help communities grow in a safe, responsible, and meaningful way. One way she has done this is through her work with animal control and environmental surveys, which is the ACES project, which helps educate residents on how to come into compliance with county ordinances and help beautify the areas and communities where they live. Priscilla cites navigating the pandemic as one of her biggest changes and challenges she faced in her career. We all remember that, right? Though these circumstances forced them to learn electronic submittals for all building and permitting applications, the result was that she grew both personally and professionally. Priscilla thanks her husband, Ray. Where are you, Ray? Welcome back. Glad to have you back. Her son, Juan Carlos, you're all together there. And then her daughters, Rayanne, Priscilla, and Angelina, for their committed support all these years and for understanding the times where she had to work late evenings and weekends. It really has been challenging. She also thanks her supervisors and colleagues she has had through the years for giving encouragement, guidance, and knowledge that helped her do her job. In retirement, Priscilla looks forward to spending more time with her family, especially her grandchildren. She has her first grandchildren who just turned a year old, I believe, last month. And she's watching her daughter play college football. Congratulations and good luck there in El Paso Community College. That's Angelina, right? Angelina, yeah. So we thank Priscilla for her dedication and her service to the residents of Doña County. And did we also mention that she's an excellent cook? That's what we're gonna miss the most. Her red chili con carne and her famous red turkey tamales. Yeah. So we want to wish her the best in her retirement that lies ahead.
Officer Christopher Lopez, and if Sergeant Moreno could also join us up front, please.
Good morning. Today, we recognize and celebrate the service and retirement of Christopher Lopez, known as CeeLo. He retires from Doña County after a long and distinguished career in law enforcement, marked by dedication, professionalism, and steadfast service to the community. CeeLo began his career with the Doña County Sheriff's Office in September of '97, when he was hired as a field deputy. From the beginning, he established himself as a dependable deputy committed to protecting and serving the residents of Doña County. In 2002, he served as a school resource officer, supporting students and school staff while maintaining safety and fostering positive relationships between youth and law enforcement. Upon being a school resource officer, he continued his professionalism, returning back to patrol. In 2004, CeeLo transitioned into specialized work as a Metro narcotics agent, demonstrating exceptional investigative skills and contributing to countywide drug interdiction efforts. He continued as a Metro narcotics agent, then moving back to patrol. Between 2006 and now, he has served in a range of progressively responsible positions, ultimately holding the role of a DASO Deputy 10, which he came to the legal division. Throughout this period, he has remained committed to professionalism, integrity, and the values of the Sheriff's Office. He continued his role as a trusted and experienced member of DASO, completing his career spans more than 25 years, 28.8 to be exact. CeeLo's service to Doña County reflects a deep commitment to public safety and community well-being. With great appreciation, Doña County congratulates Christopher Lopez, Deputy Christopher Lopez, on his 28.8 years of honorable service and wishes him very well in his retirement and some more golfing. Just real quick, I've known him for 19 years now since I came here, and he's been an outstanding person, so congratulations to him.
And last, but certainly not least, if I could have Miss Christina Ainsworth and Janine Diviak come up front, please.
So, 32 years is a long time. After a distinguished career in public service since 1993, Janine Diviak retires as the manager of the current planning division for Doña County, where she has played a central role in shaping responsible growth, protecting community character, and guiding residents and applicants through the planning process with professionalism and care. In her role, she supervised a team of 17 dedicated professionals in current planning, including zoning and code enforcement officers. Under her leadership, the division not only strengthened day-to-day planning operations, but also secured approval to establish an entirely new code enforcement division, an effort that marks a major step forward in improving compliance, customer service, and public safety. She also served as the principal steward for the county's Unified Development Code, amending and updating it to ensure clarity, fairness, and consistency. As the staff liaison to the Planning and Zoning Commission, she provided trusted guidance, research, and recommendations on matters that shape the future of the county. Colleagues know her best for her patience, understanding, and calm presence. Even in the most challenging customer interactions or high-pressure situations, she is the person coworkers turn to when a difficult conversation required both expertise and grace. Another hallmark of her career has been her long-standing commitment to community service. Since 2001, she has coordinated 3 annual blood drives at the County Government Center. Over the years, she has personally donated more than 70 pints an amazing 10 gallons, demonstrating her deep commitment to helping others both inside and outside the workplace. Among her proudest professional accomplishments is leading the county through the transition out of the extraterritorial zone in partnership with the City of Las Cruces by drafting, adopting, and implementing the Unified Development Code in 2017, an achievement that reshaped the region's development framework. In 2022, her dedication was recognized with the Western Planner Association's Citizen Planner Award, honoring her exceptional outreach to and advocacy for residents, her effective and patient representation of the planning profession to county leadership and elected officials, and her mentorship to new planners entering the field. Outside of work, she is known for her sense of adventure and love of spontaneous road trips, often choosing a new place, historic site, or state or national park to explore each year. In retirement, she looks forward to embracing this passion even more fully, beginning with an iconic journey along historic Route 66 in celebration of its 100th anniversary next year. Doña Ana County would like to extend its sincere appreciation and gratitude for 32 years of dedicated service, leadership, and commitment to the community. And personally, I would like to say that it is a great loss to lose the institutional knowledge of our department.
Thank you all. It was an honor and a privilege to work here and to establish my career as a planner with Doña Ana County. I'm going to miss y'all, but I'm only a phone call away. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our employees that were recognized for service and for their retirements. One more round of applause for everyone. Thank you.
Also, one last announcement for the retirees, their family and friends. We will have cake and cookies and whatnot in the break room if you care to join us after the meeting. Thank you.
Okay,
Could we
make
have
sure you guys stick
all-
around. We're going to take a photo in just a minute. We'll take a couple-minute break to organize everyone. But we do have one more announcement. Commissioner Sanchez, if you'll go ahead and take the mic.
Good morning, everybody. I admittedly was not ready to come up and say the next few words, but I want to recognize Commissioner Shannon Reynolds, who is going to be, has recently announced that he's going to be stepping down from the county commission. I remember meeting Commissioner Reynolds back in 2018, and we were both, he was a candidate for the District 3 County Commission seat. And I remember having discussions with him as we were both running that year. And I think the one thing that came across to me is not just the ideas. I mean, when you hear about candidates, and we have, I think when you think politicians, we have these crazy ideas, oh, we're gonna achieve this, we're gonna achieve that. Commissioner Reynolds was very much focused on how is it that we're going to serve the people of Doña Ana County, from emergency response to transportation to, there was a bevy of topics. I remember we talked over coffee. It was the first time I got to meet Shannon. But that was the first impression that he left on me, was that serving the people of Doña Ana County was first on his mind, first and foremost on his mind. When I think I joined, Commissioner Reynolds joined the commission January 1st, 2019. I joined in April of that year. But since that time, I've enjoyed working with Commissioner Reynolds, getting to know him, not just being his colleague, but being a friend. Getting to know a little bit more about his family and what drove him and what made him who he is. Talking from, grandkids to his rental properties back in Cincinnati. to his previous experiences. If I had questions and just wanted to have and bounce ideas off of, he was always ready there to have those discussions. And through the years, you know, we've won some, we've lost some, but, you know, and there's been times that we've disagreed, but throughout the whole thing, I've been so appreciative of being able to serve alongside you all these years. And so with that, I want to say thank you so much for everything you've done for Doña County, for the people of, you know, of the entire county, and especially particularly for me, some of the more personal things with, like we talked about transportation, bringing transportation up into my district that my district didn't have, my people didn't have that, and you helped me with that. You've helped with, and you know, I could probably go on several things, but Commissioner Reynolds, thank you so much for being a colleague, being a friend, and allowing us to share all these years with you, sir.
You know, and you guys hear me talk a lot, but thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And thank you all. This county, I guess one thing I think is important for everyone to know about the commission's position is we have no authority. We only have influence. The people that actually do the work are you. The people that you've just seen retire after 32 years, 18 years. They're the ones that do the work. All we do is we just get an opportunity to try to help to guide people in a direction that benefits everyone. And it's been an honor for me to serve, and I thank all you all for your support. Okay.
Okay, and with that, if we can get all the retirees up for a group photo. Yeah, and we'll take a 5-minute break while we organize everyone, so y'all can talk freely, please.
exceptional customer service and is an exceptional worker. Thank you for your contributions to Doña County. And I would like to invite Benjamin Coland. And Benjamin's from the Flood Department. He was selected for November Employee Special Recognition. And Benjamin was selected, among the comments, he always goes above and beyond for monsoon seasons. He has worked long hours into the night and weekends monitoring the county's flood warning system during storm activity. He has also worked with the National Weather Service to provide updates on storms that come through so that they can provide the updates to the county. Thank you. Yvette. Yvette Rodriguez from IT. She was selected for December's Employee of the Month Internal Customer Service. Yvette was selected. She always goes above and beyond to help, teach, and assist other departments with IT questions. She provides exceptional customer service with an inspiring attitude and always with a smile. Thank you, Yvette. I'd like to invite Norma Roberts to come up from Probate Judge. Among some of the comments that led Norma to be selected for Employee of the Month for December for external customer service is that Norma provides exceptional customer service. She also displays empathy and compassion when helping the customers that come into the probate judge's office that are going through a difficult time of loss of their loved ones. Norma is a great asset to the probate office and also to Doña County. Thank you, Norma. And last, Matthew Friedberg from Flood. He is unfortunately not able to be with us today. He was also selected for Employee Special Recognition for the month of December. He also goes above and beyond for monsoon seasons as well. He works long hours into the night and weekends, also assisting with the county's flood warning system during the storm activity. He also shows exceptional leadership in the office and also when he's out in the field. Thank you, Matthew. And thank you again to everyone that participated. Employees may go on to nominate awards for in January. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we do have the public input section of our meeting today. We do have a white binder to your left-hand side. We have a wonderful countdown that Brandy is going to be monitoring today. If you are speaking on a agenda item, if you will please wait until that agenda item comes up. If not, please state your name and general public comment. Welcome, Mark.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark V, District 1. I sent all y'all and our county manager a link to an interview between Sean Ryan and Chase Hughes. It's a very lengthy interview, over 2 hours. I've watched it 2.5 times. There's a lot of information in there. And it's very interesting. Chase Hughes was a Navy PSYOPs guy, retired chief, and now he's doing that in the public sector. And in this interview, he points out that social media is being used to divide us. And the algorithms that they use, if somebody wants to go on and see somebody that's a really crazy right-wing extremist guy like me, they can go on there and they can find all kinds of stuff, a dumb guy that they can hate. And as soon as they click that, there's going to be 10 more just like it, so there's 10 more people that they can hate. Or if you're on the right and want to see something about the left doing something, same thing, you click on one and then you got 10 more shining you in the face. So it's just building that hatred between us. He says that it's kind of sad that the elites have a lot to do with that, and they're using us to get what they want. Those same elites that if the country is destroyed well enough to hurt the economy, we will be poorer and they will be richer at the backside of it. He also points out that if we actually take the time to look at one another, Commissioner Sanchez, who's got more in common? You and I, you and George Soros, Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab? We know the answer to that. Merry Christmas.
My name is Ricky Martin. I'm a member of Radiant Springs Community Service Center. I'm here to speak on the rentals of the center. Over a week ago, it was rented out on the weekend. We came in Monday. There was trash all over the floor in the room. They used the pool table as a table, and there was stuff spilled all over the top of the cover. It was good, it had a cover on it, and the cover didn't leak, but y'all would have been redoing a pool table. There's only 3 rooms left in the whole center that ain't been broke into. She locked up the room we used to eat lunch in because we have some tables in there that a family donated. And that family means a lot to some of us that knew that family. And the tables aren't rugged tables to be drug around like the plastic ones and stuff. And they've been dragging them out of the room. At least she locked it up the last 2 weeks, and they broke into the room to get the tables and drag them out of the room. And she had to drag them back in there because that's the only way she can get them back. So it's damaging the tables each time they're moved like that. The other, there was vomit on the floor in her restroom, left this last Sunday night after they had a rental. Nobody cleaned it up. And I'm like, I wouldn't clean up somebody else's vomit. So, but I love my center. I'm tired of it being trashed by people that don't care. We're very conscious about what we do with our center and how we take care of it. And we've got people renting that don't care. And I just want to thank you for listening to what I had to say.
My name is Ida Garcia, and I am here on behalf of Dr. David Garcia, my husband, Honorable County Commissioners and County Manager. I speak to you today not only as a professional, but as a member of the Chaparral community who has witnessed firsthand the profound impact of recent events which have had on our neighbors, friends, and families in tremendous fear. I am here to advocate for the safety, dignity, and well-being of every resident in our county. In recent months, increased ICE activities in Chaparral have created an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty. This trauma is felt deeply by all, but especially by our children who now question whether it's safe to attend school, visit the library, or gather with loved ones. The anxiety and distress inflicted by these actions cannot be overstated. It disrupts daily life and undermines the sense of trust that should unite our community. To address these urgent concerns, I respectfully urge the county to take immediate and lawful steps to protect our most vulnerable. I call upon you to designate our community centers, libraries, schools, and places of worship as safe havens, protected spaces where all residents, regardless of status, can seek refuge without fear. These institutions must remain accessible sanctuaries fostering learning, healing, and connection. Additionally, we must recognize the longstanding mental health effects of this climate of fear. I ask that the county allocate resources to provide trauma-informed counseling and support services for affected families. By investing in mental health, we can help our community heal, build resilience, and restore hope where it has been shaken. As public servants, you hold both the authority and the responsibility to act within the law for the welfare of all Chaparral residents. I urge you to reaffirm this commitment by collaborating with local leaders and organizations to establish policy that safeguard our community and rebuild trust. Our residents need to know that their government stands with them, protecting their rights, their safety, and their future. Let us work together with compassion and resolve to ensure that Chaparral remains a place where everyone feels secure, valued, and supported. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your dedication to our shared home.
Right. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Susana Medina. Quisiera hablar sobre nuestro centro. Bueno, vengo de Chaparral, Nuevo México. Quisiera hablar sobre nuestros centros para padres, al que asisto desde hace más de 2 años. Nuestro centro es un espacio familiar donde nos reunimos en diferentes días para realizar diferentes actividades, como clase de arte, inglés, psicología, matemáticas y uso de computadoras. También contamos con lavadora y secadora, servicio como centro de distribución de alimentos y ropa para quien lo necesite. Por esta razón, les insisto en que se restrinja la entrada a los agentes de ICE para garantizar la seguridad de todos nuestros centros. Creemos firmemente en que es injusto cuando carecemos de lugares como estos. Los centros comunitarios deben de ser lugares de confianza, protección y apoyo, no lugares donde las personas sientan miedo o corran riesgo de persecución. Pedimos a todos los que aquí estamos presentes que escuchen esta preocupación de la comunidad y de continúen protegiendo estos espacios familiares para que sigan siendo refugios seguros. Gracias por su atención.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Carla Niancheski de la comunidad de Chaparral. Con todo mi respeto, estoy aquí para representar a los padres que, como yo, de niños con necesidades especiales. Nuestras vidas son un desafío diario y nos preocupamos todos los días porque no sabemos qué nos depara el día en muchos aspectos. Nuestros hijos dependen de nosotros porque no son independientes y son nuestra primera responsabilidad. Hoy en día estamos enfrentando la pesadilla de ser separados de nuestros hijos por no tener un estatus legal. Esto está afectando directamente a nuestros hijos en sus necesidades y derechos básicos, como asistir a la escuela, ir al médico, asistir a terapia y así sucesivamente. Tenemos miedo de continuar con nuestras responsabilidades hacia nuestros hijos porque nuestra comunidad, la patrulla fronteriza y ICE están separando familias. En nuestra situación sería devastador para nuestras familias porque ellos dependen completamente de nosotros, no importa su edad. Estamos aquí para expresar nuestras preocupaciones y esperando recibir ayuda para nuestra comunidad por aquellos que no pueden estar aquí para pedir protección y suplicar que no seamos separados de nuestros hijos. Gracias por su tiempo.
Buenos días, comisionados. Mi nombre es Julio César Silva, de la comunidad de Chaparral. Estoy aquí para leer una carta de una persona anónima que no quiere, por miedo, no puede estar aquí. Buenos días. Por obvias razones no puedo dar mi nombre. Soy una persona viuda con hijos y un nieto. Les comparto cómo vivimos con angustia en mi hogar de no poder salir a lugares y sentir tanto temor de no saber si podemos regresar a nuestro hogar. Mi hijo se angustia de que no sabrá qué pasará con él si pasara algo conmigo. Es muy frustrante no poder asistir a las actividades y clases educativas que ofrecen en los centros comunitarios. Ustedes saben todo lo que tienen los centros. No solo perdemos nosotros, sino también nuestros centros, los promotores, las organizaciones, etc. El no tener a quien dar sus temas a todos los servicios que se tienen y sobre todo a nuestros niños. La alimentación que se entrega en las vacaciones, nadie gana. Es más lo que se pierde si nuestra comunidad no va a los centros a recibir los servicios. Queremos ir a los centros sin miedo, en paz y sin sentir el odio y racismo. Queremos dignidad hacia nuestra comunidad. Que nos ayuden a las familias a asistir a los centros sin miedo. Gracias por su atención.
Y joven, por favor, joven, su nombre, por favor. Joven, su nombre, por favor.
Julio César. Sí.
Julio César, ¿qué?
Silva.
Silva, gracias.
Julio César Silva. Sí lo dije al principio.
No más que no lo escuche. Gracias.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Sister Chabela, vivo en Chaparral casi por 25 años. Y recuerdo que al llegar a Chaparral, nuestra comunidad no teníamos ni parque ni el lugar donde reunirnos. Y fue un éxito y ha sido un gran elemento de salud comunitaria y de participación activa el poder tener esos centros que tenemos actualmente. Y sé que muchos de las personas que han representado nuestra comunidad y de los comisionados han sido personas que han trabajado para conseguir estos centros. Y la situación de hoy es una profunda incoherencia con los valores que nos han hecho ser quienes somos. Una comunidad que colabora por el bien de todos, que nos sabemos herederos de valores que vienen de otros lugares y no son una amenaza, sino un refuerzo para el momento presente en que estamos viviendo. Por eso pedimos que todos los centros que son comunitarios, no solo en Chaparral, sino en nuestro condado, vuelvan a ser espacios seguros donde podemos expresar nuestras inquietudes, poner juntos los talentos y mejorar la calidad, la dignidad y el bienestar de no solamente nuestro condado, sino también nuestro estado. Estamos muy contentas de saber que, en principio, pedimos que las fuerzas de seguridad se ocupen de la seguridad y el aspecto federal sea dejado en manos de otros. Les pedimos su apoyo para mantener la seguridad y el bien de nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
De nada.
Good morning. My name is Carlos Salmon. I am the District Legislative Aide for Representative Sarah Silva of House District 53. She apologizes for not being able to be here in person herself. House District 53 includes all of Chaparral, half of which is Doña County. Our office receives calls weekly about raids, detentions, and deportations from the Otero County Processing Center that sidestep due process for people who are detained even though they were following the rules given to them and were here with temporary status. These calls from community members come exclusively from Chaparral. The current environment here is filled with anxiety, fear, and isolation. The quality of life for people here has deteriorated rapidly because of these frequent raids. We know that community members, seniors, families, and young people are avoiding community centers in Chaparral, and that ICE has used the old Doña Ana County Sheriff substation as a staging area in Chaparral. The representative supports all the efforts by the community members here today and urges the county to take a stance against these inhumane raids. Doña Ana County should consider specifically, one, reiterating with county staff, especially in these community centers, the rights and responsibilities of their role if ICE is to show up to the county properties. Two, to include signage that prohibits ICE from entering employee-only spaces within county buildings. And three, to prohibit ICE from using county property as staging areas for raids. Thank you so much for your time. The representative stands as a partner with you and the community, and we hope you treat this matter with the importance and urgency that it deserves.
Morning. My name's Jim Hurst. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You can't have America without having those words. Our current president does not recognize those words as the foundation for this nation. That means he singles out races and calls them inferior, calls them garbage. America's heard those words before. They were applied to Jews, Polish, Irish, Italians, Chinese. Nearly every minority was singled out at one time or another for prejudice. America shouldn't do that. Our president should tell us not to do that instead of doing that. My fellow citizens in Chaparral are not enjoying life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's county business. It's as important as any other business that you do. So whatever you do, please do whatever you can to restrain ICE in our community. Perhaps we could have a county person following ICE around wherever they go and announcing their presence over a PA. Why can't a county sheriff follow ICE anywhere they want? It's our county. If they're in our county, why can't we monitor everything they do and publicize it in every way possible? Why can't a sheriff go to a supermarket, sit in the parking lot and say, ICE is here, warning, ICE is here? Can't we use county employees to frustrate our federal government as they persecute our fellow human beings? You don't have to be a citizen to be a human being. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Daisy Maldonado, a voter in District 1, and I stand here in solidarity with the communities of Sunland Park and Santa Teresa. Today I'm here to address a matter of transparency or lack thereof from our county government. Myself and several other advocates and county residents recently visited the construction site of what is dubbed as Project Jupiter in the unincorporated area in Santa Teresa. And what did we find? Well, when we were at the entrance, we found no permits, no SWIP, and a very small printed air quality notice. We spoke to the site supervisor, who was from Arizona, not a New Mexico resident, just so that you know, who stated that the permits were at the construction site trailer.
When folks entered the construction site to look for that trailer, there was no trailer to be found. The next day, we visited the Building Services Department here at the county. We were informed that, in fact, the project did submit a grading permit and that we could request that grading permit through an IPRA request. Once we did that afternoon, 3 days later, we received a message and a response stating that the county records department needed an additional 15 days to respond to such a request. How can locating a one-page document take an additional 15 days? And what I was informed by somebody who has been stated as an insider is that a grading permit was actually issued on November 14th, when we know grading and construction has started way before the 14th of November. So my question to you, commissioners, I know Commissioner Reynolds just said earlier that you guys don't have power. Why do we vote you to the seats that you sit in today if you don't have any power at the county government? So I say you do have power, and you're sidestepping your power by not addressing this issue, by the lack of transparency around this project. Stand up, do your duty.
Any other public comment this morning?
Yes, sir. My name is Curtis Borden, and I've been watching all these people up here. Some are paying attention, some are just daydreaming. They don't know what these people are saying and what they need. Mainly in Chaparral. I built your county building in Chaparral many years ago for an individual. We went by the laws and had it inspected. And yet, you all don't want to go by the laws anymore. In this country, you have to be a citizen. You have to do it right, and that's the only way to be a citizen. I have a lot of friends that work in Chaparral for me, and I've seen this many times. I've seen a lot of the ladies at the Village Inn trying to take this test to pass, and they did. A lot of people want to just come and take care of it, and that's not our laws. It's up to you all to enforce the laws. And that's what I'm saying. Enforce the laws. Isaac has so much to do. And we have a lot of criminals. We have a lot of good people been here 20 years. But they're not a citizen. They never even tried to be a citizen. So I look at you all to support this. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mati Gonzalez. I'm the organizer for NM Cafe in Chaparral. I have signs for our youth group que no pudo venir porque están en la escuela. So I don't know who is willing. Thank you.
Any other public comment today? Come on up. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Margarita Rocha y también vengo de Chaparral, Nuevo México. Como he escuchado hace un momento, estamos a fin del año y pues yo vengo a hablar de la biblioteca, que ya va a pasar otro año y no hemos tenido la oportunidad de abrir el espacio público. Y pues nada más yo veo que comisionados entran y salen y pues ya han ido a hablar con nosotros personalmente, pero no nos dan una respuesta ya aceptable para poder abrir el espacio público en el edificio de Dolores Ray, allá en el parque. Y pues si les encargo, por favor, a ver, empezando el año, ojalá que sí nos den ya los permisos ya para que se abra. Gracias.
Any other public comment this morning?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons, District 1. It's good to see you all again here as we enter the Christmas season. Maybe a thought that's going on because I have spoken about illegal immigration before. Borders. There is always going to be borders. Our county clerk enforces a border, voters, not voters. ICE is enforcing a border, national versus not national, citizen versus not citizen. You guys have budgets, so you enforce borders between what can be spent where, color of money, all these things, we enforce borders. Sometimes we don't like where those borders sit for personal reasons or for personal gain or for personal whatever. Sometimes we don't like them because of the results of them. Law, what have I heard? Law is an ass. It will offend everybody for no particular reason. All laws made by man will end up imperfect. And yet, in order for us to be a civic union, we have to have some law so that we can have peace among each other, that parties coming together can say that, yes, we disagree, but once that has been and law has been determined, judges, etc., we have a place where that falls out. The debate over how immigration should be handled at a national level, at one point the state of Texas tried to bring into their own jurisdiction, and the feds came down and said, no, we are in charge of enforcing federal immigration. So the county, being less than a state itself, is sort of in a bind as far as enforcing anything at that level. As far as is it right or not, we're at a spot where we've discussed this for as long as I've been alive. There was the amnesty under Reagan. There was Bill Clinton speaking about immigration. We have Joe Biden as a senator speaking of immigration. Many of those positions they took is actually the actions we're taking now, but they were talk, and now we're at action, and we're further down the road. And so we have to undo a lot of history, and it's painful because of our past inaction. So it isn't good that these people are hurting, but it is also not good that they are here without documentation, and it may be best that they choose to return to Mexico in whatever capacity, and then return here. There should be legal paths for them to come back. But as it is, yes, the law is a harsh thing to be under, and it is sad. Again, thank you all for your time. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas to you all, and 2026 is going to be interesting. Thank you all.
Any other public comment? Last call. If anyone else would like to give public comment, if they can please just form a line so we know who's coming up. Thank you.
Can you hear me? All right, hello, I'm Rose. I live in District 2, and to show my support to people in Chaparral as they're part of the Doña County, they... You can pull it down. There you go. Okay. Yeah, it's just really heartbreaking to see our colonias be constantly under attack. They're hardworking people, their families, their friends. And a few months ago, Las Cruces passed a resolution, welcoming city resolution, and I feel like that's something that is possible that could be done in Chaparral too, to provide protections for them. And I feel like it is possible for us to put in these policies to better protect our community and to our friends, family of mixed status or status, but yeah, above all else, we got to really see the humanity here and see the nuance. A lot of people are talking about, you know, doing it the legal way, and it's not meant for everyone. It's not built for people to get in, especially those who are of low income and who are struggling. And we have to like really just consider the complexities here. So, and the realities too. The people that are being targeted by ICE are not criminals. Maybe they got some criminals, but it's for the most part, it's everyday people. It's people who are providing for their families. It's people who are trying to seek a better life, try to go to school. So I feel like it's possible for us to enforce better policies and protections for our community. And yeah, thank you. That's it.
Okay, moving on, we will go to the commission input part of our meeting. Commissioners, public input, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. I've mentioned this previously, but just want to make sure, give a reminder to residents of District 5. We're going to be having several input sessions in the communities, wanting to know what it is you want to see in your recreation centers. So we have 3 meetings coming up. The first being this Thursday evening. It'll be in Doña from 5:30 to 6:30 on the within the community center on Ledesma. So we hope to see you there. I know. So just for one of the things that we're doing, and kind of if anybody may not have caught our last meeting, we're actually looking at for my district or the northern part of the county, looking at 2 recreation centers. One small one, a smaller facility in Hatch, and then the second being in the Doña area. So that's kind of what we're hoping to discuss, get input. But again, Thursday, December 11th, 5:30 to 6:30, the community center in Doña on Ledesma. Next week on December 17th, which is a Wednesday, we'll be in Radium Springs from 5:30 to 6:30 on at the community center on Limbeck Road. And then on Thursday evening, we're going to be in the village of Hatch from 5:30 to 6:30 in the community center in Hatch, not in Placitas, but actually in Hatch, next to the park and their swimming pool area. So again, December 11th in Doña, December 17th in Radium Springs, and December 18th in Hatch. So I hope to see our community members out there, and please let us know what it is you want to see in your recreation centers with the money that you all approve. So thank you for that. The other item, I think, is we've had several community members from Chaparral come and speak. I would very much like us as a commission to maybe look at, or maybe revising our safe community resolution. And I think one of the ideas that we as a commission can look at is leveraging something similar to Bernalillo County as well, which they passed in November. So I would ask that that's something we maybe take up in January if the commission is inclined to discuss further. But again, I know, I think I've seen that Bernalillo County has done something similar to addressing some of the concerns and trying to create safe spaces for members of our community in those public spaces. Along with that, one of the concerns that I've seen along with this is ICE enforcement in our communities. And I know we haven't necessarily been hit as hard as a lot of others. Some people have said, as I've continued to say through this year, we continue to see overstepping by the federal government. And it started here in Doña County for us with the Army patrolling our border. They can call it what they want, but using the Army to enforce the border is exactly what this federal government has done. Why? Because they didn't have enough border patrol. They didn't fill their vacancies. So what are they gonna do? We'll use the Army. That's not the law. So they create ways to sidestep that. What we've also seen is ICE going into other communities across this nation. And people, I think I've seen online, and I'm good with this. People want to say that I'm fear-mongering or whatever, but I will give you, when the first time I brought it up back in May, at the time, we had seen just San Diego and Los Angeles with the National Guard being deployed in LA. Since then, we've seen Portland, Chicago, Charlotte, Minnesota. The list goes on and on. This isn't along the border. This isn't along, it's specifically targeting political cities and entities that this federal government and this administration wants to target. And it's not about forcing immigration. They say that it is, but how often do we see that they are going after those that appear to be illegal? What does that mean? It means people that look like myself or members of our community. Let's not delude ourselves here to pretend that this is all about following the law. Because if it was, they would respect the law by having warrants. They would respect the law by doing this in a lawful manner, and they are not. Our communities are being terrorized. For those that came and spoke and brought up cases of this, I empathize with you. I understand where you're coming from, and thank you so much for bringing your voices here today. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, so I would like to also let the community know that my district will also be having community drop-ins. And so, staff wants to hear what you want to have at the recreational centers. It's just going to be a 5-10 minute drop-in. They'll explain to you what they're looking at. You give them your ideas, so you don't have to worry about staying there from 4 to 7. You just drop in whenever you can. For me, I have one actually today at the Fire Station 55. That's at 8014 Airport Road. That's from 4 to 7. On the 11th, on Thursday, I have one in Lanyon at the community, the church community there. It's at 1320 Mercantile Avenue, and that's 4 to 7 as well. On the 13th, I have one at the Vado Community Center. That will be from 4 to 7 at 180 Lafayette Avenue. And also that will be, HHS will be hosting a winter festival at that time as well, starting at 5. So you're more than welcome to come out and join that winter festival. On December the 15th at Sombra Antigua at 430 Lavinia Road from 4 to 6 will be another. And on December the 17th at the Women's Intercultural Center in Anthony at 303 Lincoln Street, that'll be from 4 to 6. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Pero me quiero dirigir a las personas quienes han venido a hablar por parte de Chaparral. Primeramente, sí, la ley es la ley. Pero hay personas aquí quienes están legalmente esperando proceso por medio del gobierno federal. Y no es ciudadanos contra personas que no tienen ciudadanía. Mis padres vinieron de México con permiso y lograron ser residentes y después de varios años lograron ser ciudadanos. Pero si queremos ver a las leyes las cuales nos están protegiendo a todos, sí hay leyes. Pero esas leyes también impiden al gobierno federal estar pisoteándonos a nosotros. Yo he sufrido, desafortunadamente, que se me ha parado por el color de mi piel, el cabello, o por habla español, el cual es mi primer idioma. Entiendo la trauma que se les ha causado a sus hijos. Yo estoy en el tribunal federal, local, municipal, a lo diario, y veo lo que les está causando esto a nuestra generación que viene. Y luego un señor habló respecto de jueces. Pues se me hace un poco ingenuo eso, porque hay instancias donde el gobierno federal no está siguiendo las órdenes de los jueces. Entonces, ¿dónde quedamos? Les digo a todas las personas quienes estén escuchando, adelante con valor. Y si se va a mover a cabo este gobierno federal para sacar personas, pues que también estén hablando de las personas ojos azules, de piel blanca, y que sea todo igual para todos. Tienen mi apoyo y lo digo en español para que todos nos podamos entender. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just a few things from me this morning. One is I know that staff is working really hard on the youth commission that we passed at the last meeting. I know that we're starting to reach out to the schools and understand exactly what's going on in the communities to build that program. I know that we're looking at getting this going the first part of next year, with the first full year being the next school year. I think this is really going to be important to help kind of create a deeper bench here in Doña County when it comes to civic engagement. I know there's a lot of community groups out there that are currently doing great work with this, so I'm hoping that we can kind of go along with and make sure that we're getting youth involved in everything that we're doing here in Doña County, especially when it affects them. Also, I do want to say thank you for coming in today and giving public comment. I know it takes courage, and I everything that the commissioners have said this morning is absolutely true, but I just wanted to say thank you as well for coming in, giving public comments so we understand what's exactly going on. And I think we have a really great board up here that's going to make sure that we take this further and get something done in the next few weeks. Besides that, Commissioner Reynolds, anything this morning? No? Anything else, Commissioner?
Yes, I will say
go
a
ahead.
couple things. Number one is I agree with the fact that the laws aren't being followed, in my opinion, by our government, and they're overreaching and overstepping. I also believe that the harassment that's being enacted on the people of our community is just that. A lot of it is just harassment. If you look at the laws for integration, yes, there are laws that are passed and are supposed to be followed, but those laws also don't adequately serve the situations that we face in this country. An example would be we have a limited number of immigrants that are allowed each year. And once we reach that number, the people are just put off. And I know of people, and had someone even working for me, who actually waited 25 years to be able to even take the test to pass, to become naturalized, because they were not allowed to take the test. And because the numbers were exceeding what was allowed in that year. So so for that reason, they were harassed for 15, 20 years, just because they hadn't yet taken the test and weren't allowed to. So I think we have to be careful to try to understand the complete situation about what's going on with our citizens. But just because you're different doesn't mean you should be harassed. And I also encourage this board in early next year to try to find ways to take steps to protect our citizens from the harassment that's unnecessary and needless and abusive. And so I also appreciate the courage of the people who've stepped up today and spoken about that. And we hear you. And I think this board should take every step possible in order to assist in protecting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will move on to our county elected official input this morning.
Good morning, Chair Sheldra Hernandez, Commissioner, Vice Chair Susana Chaparro, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, Sangameros, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County, accompanied by Miss Julie Vacker. She's our commercial supervisor in the Assessor's Office. She would like to share some information in reference to a survey that the Assessor's Office is putting together and sending out to our commercial people.
Hi. So we're just trying to get the word out. We are sending a survey. It's totally anonymous, and it's going to go to all commercial property owners and tenants. We're just trying to gather local data for valuing our commercial properties instead of having to rely on national and regional survey data. We want to capture what's happening in Las Cruces market. Like I said, it's completely anonymous. We're hoping to get a strong respondent from this since it's anonymous. We haven't been too successful in the past. they can send it back with the provided stamped envelope, or there's a QR code they can scan and submit it electronically. You know, as you connect with your constituents and commercial partners, maybe you can put the word out and encourage them to participate. That's basically it. It's 10 questions, totally anonymous, and should go really quickly. We're hoping to get information back by February 2nd, so we can utilize that data if there's enough to go ahead and value for 2026. So we want to get this data because New Mexico is a partial disclosure state, and it's not required for commercial properties to give us sales information. So we rely highly on the income approach to value properties. So we're looking for lease rates, vacancy rates, and expense ratios. We don't want any information of how much you make or anything like that. We just want those three components really to go across the board for each occupancy. And if they have any questions, just let them know to give us a call, and we're more than happy to help them explain whatever they need. Thank you.
Any other county elected official input? Okay, we'll move on to staff input this morning.
Thank you, sir. I'm making eye contact with Ariana, who's on her way up to the podium, introducing our newest communications team member, Sergio.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and Board of County Commissioners. Ariana Parra from the Digital Communications Division, and this is my first time up at the BOCC, so very excited, but more excited to even introduce our newest team member. This is Sergio Delgado, and he'll be serving as the Spanish language PIO, something really, really needed here in our county. And he comes to us with a very strong background in news writing as well as multimedia. So I'll let him introduce himself, but we're really, really excited to have him on our team.
Good morning, Commissioners. Like you heard, Sergio Delgado, the new PIO, bilingual PIO for the county, and just wanted to say that I'm really honored to, serve the county as the first bilingual PIO. I think it's very needed in this community, especially since we have a lot of Spanish speakers here who do need the same information that our English speakers receive. So I'm very happy to, come in and serve in this role, and I'm very excited to get started and, bridge the gap between, our English and Spanish speakers here in the community.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you both, and welcome to Doña.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to give a couple quick updates from the Digital Communications Division. Up first, I wanted to talk a little bit about the ice rink. Skate Doña, our campaigns are doing very, very well. We're getting a very extreme amount of views in both earned media, and we're not even paying for any advertisements. So this is great. It's all authentic content, and people are really liking it on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all platforms. So that's awesome. We're also getting some earned media. We had a good article come out from the Las Cruces Bulletin, so we appreciate them for, promoting and helping us, just talk about how great it is to bring some quality of life here to the county. On top of that, we also just finished our impact report, and it was uploaded to the website this morning. So that is gonna be on doñana.gov, and you can see the full impact report for this year. And then on top of that, just a quick update and something that even our county staff can look forward to is some very fun awards that will be given out during the EAC end of year celebration. So we'll be giving out, the Digital Communications Division will be giving out some all-star awards for everyone who's been helping, get all of our stuff online, helping and being willing to have a little bit of fun in these videos. I know sometimes the trending videos are a little silly, but they do help us get the word out and inform our residents in some of the most fun ways. So that's an update from the DCD. Yes.
Thank you, Ariana. Thank you, Sergio. We appreciate you. And just a reminder to our busy board members that EAC, which stands for we're going big this year, so I hope you can make it to celebrate some of the victories that the team had. Next up, Mr. Lopez, I knew you had a few items.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. I just wanted to update you a little bit on discussions regarding the reorganization of the Department of Public Works since the retreat. At the retreat, we had talked about moving facilities and project management into the Department of Public Works, pulling project management as its own separate area so that it can support all of the county departments involved in major projects rather than just facility construction. That part is moving forward. You'll have an item here on the agenda shortly to help support that. But at this point, we are going to go ahead and leave facilities as its own department and start the search for a director with more and more facilities coming online and looking at it with HR. The facilities department is likely going to also need to grow over time, and just keeping enough opportunities for both career advancement and adequate supervision will be important, especially with some of the things that were highlighted this morning as opportunities for us to improve our services at our facilities. So just a quick update on those. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. During public comment, it hit me and several of the team members pretty hard, and had some text messages flying back and forth around some of the comments. Obviously, we're reflecting hard on the community center comments. We really appreciate that, and that is something we're digging into. And the ACMs know I was texting them several times that we're going to make that a priority for us. And board members, you know that was a conversation during our last work session, which we hope to circle back with very soon. Some of the other comments, the one that kind of hurt the hardest and hit closer to home, and Joe White Guy here, 3 white guy names, Christopher Scott Andrews. I cruised through Border Patrol, and I got my golden doodle in the back seat, and no one even bats an eye at me. Not everyone in the community has that ability. Board, per our conversations, I'd like to revisit some of the conversations regarding ICE, what we cannot do. We'd like to help all the members of our community, residents or non-residents, whatever that looks like. So in January, we'll be asking you to consider a work session topic to get in the weeds on this a little bit more. We've already looked at some best practices throughout the state and the region, but we want to do something that makes sense for us and our organization and our community. So I'd like you all to hear that out come January. And changing gears here, Commissioner Reynolds, this is the last chance. Maybe we get to roast each other, but joking aside. So I've really enjoyed our time together. The growth that this group has even had as a board is pretty cool to be a part of, and really grateful for you. And those of you that don't know, this gentleman put in 7 years, and I don't know what people in the community think the board members make, but I tell you, it's not much and certainly not worth the headaches that they do. So these guys all have multiple things they do and juggle in their lives. Commissioner Reynolds is no different. So thank you for your service to the community, and thank you for your time with the team and I. We really appreciate you. Anyone else want to add anything? Okay, that is all for us today, sir. Oh, there we go, Mr. Herrera.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Sadly, this being my last commission meeting, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the commission and all of county leadership for the opportunity to serve this county and this organization as Director of Facilities and Services. I can honestly say that my time here was truly the most rewarding of my 28 years in public service. And again, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for my staff for having the confidence in me to lead this department. And now that I am retiring, I look forward to sitting back and watching all the exciting things that will come to fruition that I was here to actually see get started, and hopefully I will see it come to fruition as a member of the community. But again, thank you, and happy holidays. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Herrera, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done. I know from you coming in to try to standardize our community centers, the way from I remember having a conversation, you were trying to explain to me, from standardizing our fonts in the building to locks and doors, just the simple literally nuts and bolts of how we operate and how we address our buildings. I want to say thank you. Thank you for taking extra special care of the De La O Center, which I know is always so unique in our inventory of facilities, but you and your team have done an amazing job, and thank you for that. And just thank you for the support you've given. I know we've had some interesting meetings along the way. I can think of the Shalem Colony Park meetings being among those, but I really appreciate everything you've brought and given to the team here, and appreciate working alongside you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
And I'm going to call you Robert.
Yes.
Robert, I really appreciate your professionalism. You and I have had difficult discussions, and you don't take things personally. And that is the mark of a true gentleman, number one, a great employee, and your willingness to move forward with those difficult discussions you and I have had. I truly appreciate that. You've opened my eyes to many things, and you've helped me every time I've made the call, or Susie's made the call, because she probably calls you more than I do. And your fast response time. I hope to see you in the community out there a little more often. I know I run into you at restaurants, you and your wife, every once in a while. But blessings, and enjoy your retirement. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, Robert, I want to say, congratulations on your retirement and good luck. Also, I remember one specific incident that I think is worth noting for you and the facilities. When we were doing voting, okay, this one lady got stuck in the restroom because she was handicapped and couldn't get out. And I know I brought that to your attention, and you acted immediately. And I think within 2 weeks, we had restrooms changed, and were able to actually accommodate handicapped people in a way that was respectful and safe as well. And that kind of, taking those kind of things into consideration and acting on them immediately and protecting our community is very important. And I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you as well. Just in my 14 months of being here, I know you're going on your third supervisor. That's a whole lot of change. I appreciate your resilience. I appreciate the flexibility of your team, and the execution. A lot of things are new coming our way here, and I know you were personally involved in getting that ice rink set up. You and Justin worked hard on that. Everything going on in the rec centers, community centers. Really appreciate everything you're doing, and you'll be missed, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Robert, also, I'll go last. But no, thank you for everything that you've done. I've been a pain, and I know that, but at least I can admit it, y'all. Like, that's the first step, is admitting that I'm a pain in the butt. But I just want to say thank you. You always answer my calls. You're quick on the emails, and we always find a solution. Unfortunately, you've always had you have the tough job because you have a very outward-facing position. But I appreciate the work you've put in here in the county, so thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Next up is commission-appointed board report back. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I did notice that we, on this agenda, we have the ability to approve the remodel of the Mervda Board building. And it's something that's been, long considered, long necessary. They had some water damage on the carpet several years ago. And because of the complications of actually moving all the equipment in, moving the equipment out, making sure that they reorganize the floor so it's more efficient and effective and safe. It's been a long time for us to get to this point, so I hope the board will approve that. And we'll get their facility redone so it's more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just have two, but I didn't know if you wanted to do the ASCMV one, or.
You can go.
Okay.
I'll let you have it.
Thank you. We did meet the week of Thanksgiving for the Animal Service Center, the Mesilla Valley Board, to approve or to begin contract negotiations with our choice for the new executive director for the facility. That person is Stephanie Lewis. We hope to have some response to that, and so that we can get that, hopefully be able to get that contract approved and get her on board as soon as possible. So as soon as that happens, we'll let the rest of the commission and the public know. The other item, just so that they're aware, the South Central Regional Transit District is not going to be meeting here in December. So if for any reason anybody was going to be looking to attend that meeting, there's not a whole lot on the agenda, so we're going that, and it's normally scheduled right now to fall on Christmas Eve, so we've made the decision to just go ahead and cancel this month's meeting and take care of all business in January. But I will just give a small, well, not specifically by the board, just a quick update from SCRTD that they did receive funding from our legislative delegation that's going to be helping fund service by the SCRTD from Las Cruces down to El Paso and connecting kind of an express route. And this will be in addition to the existing, I think, with the Gold Bus service. So it's just exciting, like I said, just trying to create more opportunities, better transportation for our residents to be able to get to all the different parts of the county. So we're looking forward to that. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. With that being said, we do have one presentation this morning, and that is a presentation from our Director of Health and Human Services, Jamie Michael, where we're going to be talking about the Transitional Supportive Housing Project update. Welcome, Ms. Michael.
Thank you. Good morning. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I also have a couple presenters that are participating virtually, so I want to make sure that they are connected. Perfect. Thank you. All right, well, good morning again. As you know, the county has been working on building and opening a transitional supportive housing project right across the street here on Motel Boulevard. We presented some initial operational information to you all in January, and we've continued the work with Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute to further define the operations and management of the facility. So we have folks from Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute here today, and also our housing contractor, Nicole Martinez with Community of Hope, and all the work. It's going to be an overview of that report, and all the work that was put into the report was led by Meadows, but the county HHS department and our two contractors, La Clinica and Community of Hope, also contributed to that. So I'm going to let Josue introduce his team members and get started on the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Good morning, Commissioners. It's nice to see you all again. My name's Josue La Chica. I work with what's called the Paso Norte Center at the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. And as Jamie indicated, I have a team, a couple of members virtually, and my colleague Enrique Mata right behind us. We're going to give you a bit of an update on the report that discusses the facility operations management plan and the pro forma. If you can go to the next slide. I want to introduce the team. We have Ruth, Rachel, and Monica that are all three virtually online with us, and they're going to each provide some details on this report. And of course, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. But I'm going to pass it along to Enrique Mata, and he's going to describe a little bit more of the work that we've been doing and what Meadows Mental Health Policy is.
Thank you, Josue, and thank you all, Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to be here to present for you. My name is Enrique Mata, and I am the Executive Director of the Paso Norte Center, which is the regional counterpart to the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. And all I want to reinforce is how important it is for us to make sure that we are playing a good role in cultivating collaboration in this region to maximize the resources and bring successful programs and policy work for the region so that we can have lasting improvements in the systems of care so that individuals in need can access this where and when they need it. And the slide that we have up here kind of explains the work that the Institute does and the fact that we are connected from the Paso Norte Center while Josue and I live in this region and work in southern New Mexico, El Paso, and Juarez. We have our connections with our folks, the experts across the country that really help us and draw that information to you. So we thank you for this and are open to any questions or concerns as that goes up. I'm going to turn it back over to Josue so he can continue and connect us with our external partners.
Oh, thank you. Ruth, I'm going to ask you to jump in, and my colleague Ruth is going to begin to, well, actually, I'll explain a little bit about what we're going to talk about the agenda. So we're going to first go over the facility operations. Ruth's going to address that. We're going to go over a 5-year pro forma, and then talk a little bit about sustainability and long-term funding considerations.
Wonderful. Thank you, Josue. I hope you all can hear me okay. Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. Thank you. Can we go ahead and move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So before I begin, I do just want to thank Jamie and her staff at Health and Human Services, as well as Nicole Martinez and her team at Mesilla Valley Community of Hope, and Diana and her team at La Clinica for all of their time and energy and expertise in supporting us in this project. So previously, the Meadows developed a strategic plan that identified these 4 main components of the supported housing program. So first of all is strong reentry planning and coordination. This is coupled with short-term housing that has some sort of subsidies attached, dedicated on-site staff, and then access to robust wraparound support. So this support would include behavioral health and substance use services, and this support is very much focused on connecting the individual and services to permanent housing. Next slide. So our facilities, so we took those core components and then developed this facilities operations and management plan. So having a plan like this is really critical in supported housing because it ensures that the housing program, it runs smoothly, it meets the residents' needs, and it complies with any regulations that there may be. So what this plan does is provide clear roles and responsibilities across all of the partners involved. It ensures that the service delivery is consistent. It addresses any compliance issues or risk management things that may occur. And then, of course, it supports the residents' stability and satisfaction in the program. So as you can see, the plan is organized into 5 main sections. So this includes staffing, the communication structure, the intake, tenant selection, and the application process, what those support services are and what they entail, and then finally the program policies and resident guidelines. So I just want to remind everyone, this is a living document that's going to be updated annually or more frequently as needed and as the program grows. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so we wanted to take a moment and focus on safety because this is an area that comes up, often and understandably from community stakeholders. People often have questions about that. So these are some of the components of this program that really support safety, both for the residents and the broader community. So first and foremost, we have clear tenant eligibility on who is able to live there, what their criminal background history may be, and what their ongoing needs are. So all residents also sign a lease, which as we know is a legally binding document, and we have eviction prevention support available to all of the residents there as well. We know people are going to need some support. That's why this exists, right? So we want to ensure that they have opportunities to change behaviors and do well in the program. Staff will be available on site Monday through Friday during business hours. And then the program also has policies in place for overnights and weekends to respond to emergencies as needed. We are recommending that there's security personnel on site during the weeknights and then 24/7 on weekends and holidays when staff are not typically there. And then finally, all staff involved in the project will be trained in trauma-informed practices that support safety in physical settings and within interpersonal interactions. Okay, next slide. Okay, so finally, we just really want to reiterate that supported housing for this population, the reentry population, has been shown to improve outcomes for participants. For example, supported housing has been shown to reduce parole revocations and reincarcerations for this population. Similar programs across the country, as you can see on the slide, show high rates of connecting residents to ongoing stable housing, and comprehensive supports that we've included in this program, like peer support, have been shown to improve residents' well-being and their overall engagement in treatment. So now I'm going to pass this over to my colleagues, Rachel and Monica, to talk to you all about the 5-year pro forma.
Thank you, Ruth. All right. So to build on the model that was just described, I'm going to walk through the financial picture and how the budget aligns with that facility and management plan. So the pro forma reflects everything we've talked about, the safety plan, the model of care, and how the program will run day to day. It gives a realistic financial picture to make sure the program can operate safely and sustainably. So the next few slides, we're going to walk through how those components translate into the financial assumptions and what it takes to sustainably operate this type of program. Overall, the pro forma covers anticipated supportive housing costs, includes supportive services, property management, and Doña Ana County expenses, as well as any potential revenue from external sources, which we're going to go into more detail. Next slide. So here are the key assumptions that guide this pro forma. They are based on real-world experience, national standards, and clinical expertise. First off, we assumed an average length of stay of 4.5 months. This comes directly from the clinical team's experience supporting individuals with similar needs and trajectories. We also assumed a 90% occupancy rate. This is both consistent with national standards for transitional housing and with what we've seen across similar programs. And the other assumptions, staffing ratios and operational needs increasing over time, are all aligned with the model we described earlier and reflect best practices in supportive housing. So ultimately, these assumptions set the foundation for estimating realistic costs and making sure the program is staffed and resourced at the right level. Next slide. So next, we're going to get into the details of the expenses. We organize them into 3 major categories. The first category, supportive services. This really includes the core programmatic expenses. So considering the program staff with clinical or case management experience, transportation and social needs supports, and day-to-day program operations. I do want to highlight, importantly, this category does not include behavioral health services. Those will be accessible through other funding sources. Then there's property management category. This covers the building maintenance, facility upkeep, safety protocols in coordination with county partners. Given the population they serve, a strong property management function is essential for maintaining safety, preserving the physical environment, and reducing long-term costs, which is reflected in this list of expense items. And then lastly, the Doña Ana county costs. Those reflect the county share related to operations, coordination, and facility needs. So overall, together, these categories represent the full cost of operating the program in a way that is safe, effective, and aligned with best practices. All right, next slide. So looking at the numbers now, as you can see, this is the 5-year projection. Let's start first with the potential revenue. We don't expect residents to pay rent themselves. Most arrive with no income. Some may later qualify for rental assistance, HUD vouchers, disability benefits, or other housing supports. These funds, though, will follow the individual and can offset costs once they're in place. So we've used a very conservative estimate and assume no resident contribution unless those supports become available. On the expense side, the costs reflect what it takes to run the transitional housing for the number of individuals assumed. So in this case, it's 36 per year, 4.5 months each client. So that will, it covers the expenses of supportive services, safety and property management, building maintenance, and the staffing to run the program safely and effectively. And that really comes out to total expenses for year 1 would be about $400,000. And you'll see that costs increase by about 3% annually, which represents that inflation and the increasing cost of living. So total expenses would come out to that $468,000 by year 5. The difference between expenses and potential income shows the net funding needed, which is expected in common and supportive housing. And so this difference would come out to $400,000 in year 1 and up to $445,000 in year 5. So ultimately, the goal is to ensure we capture all realistic costs so the county can plan for sustainability. Next slide. And so speaking of sustainability, looking at long-term sustainability, there are 3 key strategies we recommend. Next slide, please. And that is firstly, maximizing the New Mexico 1115 Medicaid waiver. This is the most important lever. It allows Medicaid to cover many supportive service components, significantly strengthening financial sustainability. Other things to consider is leveraging grants and participating in federal funding efforts. There are several opportunities the county can tap into, such as homelessness and housing stability grants and related state-supported supportive housing initiatives, as well as participating in the state and local efforts. So engaging in ongoing state and regional housing planning ensures the program stays connected to future funding opportunities and policy developments. And Jamie is and her team is already deeply involved in this work. So overall, this plan brings together best practices, thoughtful operations, and realistic budgeting to create a strong, reliable transitional housing program for the Doña Ana County. Next slide is for questions.
Commissioners, any questions or comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So I know the funding is being reduced from the federal level regarding Medicaid. And I know this is probably a very general question, and I don't need a specific number. However, maybe a percentage of the loss of revenue this program will experience from the federal level in the next year? Or is that even an anticipation on your part?
I'm going to ask for Rachel or Monica if you have any perspective that you can share on that.
Sure. This is Monica Tyson. Yeah, we did not take in consideration. I mean, obviously, not everyone will have Medicaid when they first go into transitional housing. And so we based our analysis off the fact that they will probably come in when we're looking at paying for transitional housing, either with a voucher or something like that. Our analysis and costs did not take in consideration how many folks would have Medicaid. Our hope is that most of the individuals will. And as part of that last slide there, we talked about that 1115 waiver that your state has, which is very unique. Not many states have that, which allows for individuals who are incarcerated to actually, as they're getting ready to transition back into the community, can start moving towards case management and getting their Medicaid services turned back on, which is very unique because in most other states, that does not happen. An individual is released and then they have to go through the process of being enrolled in Medicaid once again and getting access to health coverage. The other thing with access to Medicaid is that an individual may also qualify if they, for some reason, don't qualify for Medicaid anymore in your state, for community-based services that are covered under indigent care programs. And so your county and state have those programs. And so those individuals will be able to qualify for those programs as well. But I think looking at nationally, on a national perspective, and then looking at New Mexico, the cuts to Medicaid and those changes are going to, those are things that are going to require constant analysis and constant a review by your community to see where those lie and where they end up in the coming year and months.
Commissioner, just a little additional information about Medicaid. So we will be relying on Medicaid for the treatment piece of this, not the housing or the operational piece. And we have seen fewer people qualifying for Medicaid. I would say just year to year, it's about a 10% reduction in our diversion program population. So we are having to cover more treatment because more people are uninsured. But that 1115 waiver will probably offset some of that because although that won't cover more people, it will cover more services. So we can use some of the 1115 waiver to cover some of that reentry time for transitions of care coming out of the detention center. So fewer people will probably have Medicaid, but the people that have it will have more benefits once the 1115 waiver is implemented in county detention centers.
And if I may, please, before you leave the podium, how quickly will that start to link in with the detention center? Let's say I get arrested today and I have an issue, and then I'm released. How quickly can I count on those services being available to me? Or will registration commence when I'm in the detention center?
Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners, right now, through some county funding and a state grant, we have reentry staff and community-based organizations that currently reach into the detention center, connect people with services. So that is happening right now. There's just a lack of where to connect them to housing services. So that's why we're trying to develop this. So the people are receiving transitions of care and reentry services right now. The 1115 waiver is going to take a little more time. The state decided to implement it in state corrections facilities first. And I think every other month I'm on a meeting with the state asking when can we have that here in the county. So I do not have a specific date, but it will be best guess within probably the next 9 months.
Thank you.
Jamie, really quickly, does the 1115 waiver, is it just, what does that exactly cover? Or what is under the, because there's a special section for justice programming, right?
Yes, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, I will have to get the full scope of what the 1115 waiver covers, but most impactful, it will cover Medicaid reimbursable expenses inside the detention center. So instead of the county covering 100% of the medical care inside the detention center, if someone has Medicaid, there's the potential to bill like a fee-for-service to Medicaid. And then it also covers reentry for an amount of time prior to release and post-release.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Jamie, yeah, I'm looking at the financial projection, and I noticed that the income for the housing, the potential revenue for rent and deposits, that amounts to about, looks like $750 a day. How is that going to be covered? Or how do you anticipate that's going to be covered? Because it looks like it's going to be a county expense, if I'm looking at this correctly.
Commissioner Reynolds, the potential revenue, if there are vouchers available that Community of Hope has, either through federal or state or other funding sources, they will be able to use those. The county is also applying for funds from the state for just housing purposes. So that money might come to the county and then be reinvested in this project.
Okay, so if there are no vouchers and there are no funds from the state, then that is going to be a county expense.
Correct. Right now, we are applying for the $2 million mini grant under the Behavioral Health Reform and Investment Act, and most of that funding we've allocated to support this.
I mean, it's a minor portion of what the expenses are going to be, but I just want to make sure we were clear on the board's understanding where it was going to come from. Thank you.
Correct. And the other funding source that the board has discussed is the opioid settlement funds. So we did reserve a portion of those funds for this project as well.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay. Anything else to?
No, just want to thank the commissioners for the time. Very much appreciated. And we are here for the long haul and can answer any questions that might come up.
All right, so we will continue to move forward with this and keep you updated. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you, Meadows team, for joining us remotely, and Enrique and Josue for driving up from El Paso.
Awesome. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, everyone. Next up, we do have our minutes from the November 25th meeting, as well as the work session from December 2nd.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes. I think there was a minor change that I think was made by the clerk's office this morning.
Okay. Oh, are you doing them together, approving both?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second to approve both sets of minutes?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. comments, questions, concerns? Commissioner Reynolds, what change was made, do you know?
It was just a date.
Okay.
One of the dates, or it was a date or on one of them, so wrong,
Perfect.
or time.
Awesome. Anything else?
Nope.
Brandy, go ahead.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro.
I'll have to abstain from that vote. I wasn't present for the work session, so thank you.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner, or Chair, I did actually forward the information to Brandy, and she corrected it before this morning's meeting.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. What did you say?
Oh, he
Minor
sent the
changes,
email.
minor
Yeah.
changes to the minutes that were, it was just a typo, and she corrected them before the meeting. So the version we are approving is correct.
Awesome, thank you. Next up, we do have a few approval items today. The first one is to approve a contract for Elite Medical Services in the amount of $1,935,171 for 911 Advanced Life Support ALS ambulance service through the use of the exemption as stated under New Mexico State Procurement Code 13981B. And we do have our interim fire chief, Mr. Bowen, here. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gametos and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Welcome, Mr. Bowen.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Andy Bowen, Interim Fire Chief. Appreciate you considering this item this morning. We're asking for approval of this contract with Elite Medical Services to provide ALS staffing and equipment in 2 of our county fire stations. So, as you know, when we took over fire-based EMS transport in September of this year, it was a multi-tiered approach. It is still a multi-tiered approach. As we are transitioning through this, we have identified needs. And we have come to you with a few of those needs. Some of the things that we've already addressed is equipment, where we purchased some ambulances that I'm happy to announce are going to be going out to the field next week. We came to you for funding for training. We have a EMT intermediate class that's wrapping up and an EMT paramedic course that just started. So thank you for those items as well. We are looking at single role providers. We started that hiring process where we're trying to hire intermediates and paramedics who provide EMS services only. We're currently going through the hiring process on that, but we also identified the need for ALS services in our county. So one of the things that we're attempting to do is attain our pharmacy license so we can carry those medications that are needed to provide that level of service. We are currently working with other county departments to achieve that right now. But we wanted to make sure that in that stopgap, in the time that it takes to get those medications out in the field and get those paramedics hired and get those paramedics trained who are currently firefighters, we identified the need to put paramedics in those outlying stations where we don't have paramedic intercepts available. So when I say intercepts, here in our more central stations, the city of Las Cruces will meet us with a paramedic and their medications and their equipment, and they will provide that level of care in our ambulance as we're headed to the hospital. So we have that resource here, but in those outlying areas, we do not have that resource. So what we're asking for approval today is to enter a contract with Elite Medical Services. We would have them stationed inside our stations. Right now it would be Rincon and the Jetport. When we have facilities in Hatch, it would be Hatch and the Jetport. They will be stationed there with our crews. They will be part of our crews. They are doing this currently in Horizon City, so they're actually able to give us some feedback on how that's working there. But they will be responding as the rescue crew in those areas. So the other thing that this does for us is it improves our staffing. So we are currently running an academy. We're looking forward to starting another academy in May. But this gives us staffing immediately for 2 ambulances in those stations. We are also hopeful that that will mean that once they're on board, that we could reopen one of those stations that we temporarily closed. So that's why we're asking for this service. We are looking forward to improving the service that we provide our community. This is a healthcare service that we are able to provide with our private partners. And I will stand for any questions. I also have Director Pettis here if you have any questions for him on the procurement side.
Awesome, thank you. I just wanted to highlight a couple things that I think was really important. And, I do know that the La Mesa station was browned out, and this is going to help alleviate those issues, especially getting everyone through the academy and through the background checks and everything like that. But I think it's really important to highlight that the ambulance will respond to just 911 calls, not for transfers or anything like that, which is in the executive summary. I think that's really important for us as a community to know that those 2 rigs, if you will, are going to be doing those 911 calls, which are really important for our community members. So I want to say thank you for that. I think that's really important. Commissioners, anything else on this?
I only have one quick question.
Yeah, of course.
So how long is this contract for?
It would be for 1 year. However, we could lessen that. We didn't want to have to keep coming back and asking for extensions. So that would all depend on staffing, on how many paramedics we're able to hire. The single role paramedics that we're currently in the process of attempting to hire, and the paramedics who are currently in the class, those paramedics would go to those stations not staffed by Elite. So we would increase staffing in Anthony, Doña, some of those other stations with that paramedic level. And then we would push out once we're able to do so. So we're asking for a year, but it could be less. I would believe right now, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't foresee the future 100%, but I would anticipate at least 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then I see on the executive summary, it does say a start date of February 1st. Is that a definite date, or where are we at on that?
We're flexible on that date. They do have to hire staff.
Okay.
They will have the same situation that we're currently having of having to recruit and hire ALS level staff. So that date could flex a little bit, but we're very hopeful to start right around the first part of February.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioners, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bone. Any public comment on this?
Thank you.
Okay, Brandy, go ahead.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. Go ahead, Brandy.
I don't have a resolution for that.
Oh, sorry. We have that. Thank you, sir.
Nope. Sorry. Here. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a contract, right, Michael? So there's no resolution needed for that one.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, we do have item number 15, which is to authorize an extension of contract to JAG related to special audit to March 31st, 2026, which is to authorize an increase to purchase order 25-00000605 by $48,000 from $323,200 to $371,200 to cover additional scope and effort. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gometos. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Reynolds seconded. Mr. Lopez? guide us through this project, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager, and we kind of provided a little bit of forewarning on this item at the last meeting during staff input. JAG is under contract by the county in conjunction with the State Auditor's Office to provide that special audit that this board initiated. They have identified that they need more effort to dig into certain items, and what is provided to you is a breakdown that they have provided to us. They need approximately 100 more hours related to the Sheriff's Department, in particular training, budget, grants, and payroll and procurement. They need approximately 60 hours to dig into some more items with finance regarding conflicted payments, and approximately 140 hours to dig into some more issues related to the Fire Rescue Department as it relates to procurement, conflicts of interest, and inventory. That totals out based on the contract to $48,000. And if you do approve this item today, then our next step will be to ask the state auditor for concurrence for both the extension of the scope as well as an extension to March 31st to have all work completed related to the special audit. With that, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
this may be nitpicky, but what expenses, if it's flat, if we're paying a fixed fee for the remainder of the items, what expenses are we additionally going to be expecting?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I believe you're referring to that little note that they have in parentheses right after flat fee.
Correct.
I'm not quite sure why that is there. They do have expenses on their side, but that would obviously, we would expect that to be covered by the flat fee. So they do have travel expenses because they're based out of Albuquerque and things like that, but that should be covered within that flat fee.
I think that's why I was going with this, because I was like, wait a minute, are we paying like basically like a time and material rate, or is this going to be like a fixed fee? And if it's fixed fee, I would expect that certain fees would be covered in the contract. So yeah, I mean, if it is, I just want to make sure, like I said, I just see that note, and that was my only question about it.
So Mr. Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, if they come back and say that they do have additional expenses, we will not consider that having been approved by this board, and we would bring it back to you to identify or authorize any additional expenditures beyond the $48,000.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, any public comment? Brandy?
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shalto Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Next up, we do have item number 16, which is to allocate up to $350,000 from county reserves to the Department of Public Works to authorize creation of 2 new water wastewater supervisor positions to handle the expansion of county services and increase regulatory compliance, and 2 new wastewater water operator positions to prepare for the assumption of the cruise service area. Commissioners, do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Welcome, Mr. Lopez.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. And if people are wondering why we are passing out paperwork, we had a lot of changes on the agenda after we started agenda review with the various commissioners, and not knowing which commissioners got to review the final version or not. We're just erring on the side of absolute caution to make sure everybody has in front of you exactly what we're talking about. And this is one of those items that was one of the late changes on Friday. And I have to thank Madam Vice Chair Chaparro for really pointing out, this was initially, for those of you who were in the earlier agenda reviews, we were looking at asking for 10 positions. We have scaled this back to just the 4 positions that are crucial for our services right now with the existing county utilities. We were looking at those other 6 being related to the taking over of the Crua service area, but as Vice Chair Chaparro pointed out, we still don't have resolution from the city of Sunland Park on the service areas. And until we have resolution on the service areas, we're just guessing at what we're gonna need for staffing and for our actual services down there. So we're hoping that we can get resolution on that over the course of the next month or so with the city of Sunland Park. But we will see how that goes. So right now before you is simply the resolution authorizing 2 water wastewater supervisor positions. One of them would be focused on the laboratory, that's the testing and operation of our lab services, and the increased regulatory compliance that is now required from changes by EPA earlier this year. And then the other 2 positions would be level 4 positions to start creating some depth. As you are aware, our team, our positions were scaled back to the bare bones minimum over time as the county looked at trying to outsource utilities. And we have some employees who are looking forward to retiring in 2026. And we're very grateful that they have provided us with enough notice that this will allow us to create some positions, get people on board, and be prepared to actually provide some coverage for when those staff leave and create some backfill. Right now, our team is exhausted because the same staff that work during the day also have to work during the night and on weekends whenever something goes wrong. So this will start kind of right-sizing us for our current operations. It also allows us to take advantage of a conference that's going to be held here in Las Cruces at the end of January to allow us to really start doing, the first time ever, some really big recruiting. And one of the reasons we're going to be able to really take advantage of that conference, I'm pleased to announce, is that Doña County's utilities section will be receiving an award for the best facility in this region for our South Central wastewater system. So, Maria, oh, there you are. If everybody can give her a hand for her leadership with that. And we will make her come up here with the award in February for photo ops and everything. But I think we're on the right trajectory to take advantage of, while she's there getting the award, to really highlight this is a great place to come and work and really start getting the word out there that we are looking for good, high-quality operators. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that the commissioners might have.
Commissioners, any questions?
I have one quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Reynolds.
Don't we have to read this in public since it wasn't part of the document?
Oh, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, that's a great idea. Yes, I am happy to read it because I do believe you're correct. It was missing from the early packet, so.
Yeah, since it's not in the packet and it wasn't published until last minute, we need to read the complete document.
Mr. Chair, can you entertain my reading?
Yes, of course. Well, is there any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, of course.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. So you stated that we have staff that will be retiring next year?
That is correct.
What month? And I think I missed that because I was writing.
I don't think we've got it locked in yet, and we're still trying to beg and borrow and keep them going, right, Maria?
That is correct. Good morning, Maria.
Good morning.
How are you?
Mireya with Utilities. So he's planning on retiring probably in the middle of next year.
So we're looking June?
Yes.
And it's just 1 instead of 2?
So it's him and possibly another operator. She hasn't announced it yet, but I foresee it coming, and possibly also the middle of next year.
All right. So when you combine those 2 positions, what is the amount of money that is paid for those positions? And maybe Lucio has that at his fingertips? Nope, no magic fingers?
Madam Vice Chair, if I can let you in on what hopefully will not be a secret for much longer. HR has been working with us very diligently for the last month and a half to make us more competitive in our pay rates. And we were actually hoping to also have on this agenda an approval for new pay rates for our water and wastewater operators for you to approve. but we have not been able to secure agreement yet with the union, and they do have a say in this per the collective bargaining agreement. So we're hoping to get that perfected and have something in front of you by the January 13th meeting, the next meeting of the board. And that will significantly change things, and we're hoping, again, we might be able to keep people a little bit longer, but they've put in the years, they've put in the hours, and we're not getting a lot of confidence that these two people will stick around for us. But what we're looking at will probably mean these two positions of the water wastewater operators for level 4 will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $70,000 each,
And that
not including benefits.
All right, so that would be for the 2 water wastewater level 4 position operators, that's 70,000 per year.
Correct.
Okay, so then if we go back to the water wastewater supervisor positions,
Those will, with the new structure, we are anticipating looking at right around $100,000 to $110,000, depending on their level of experience.
and you don't know the cost of the 2 positions that may be leaving? That was my original question.
I do not know what they're making
have
right now, but it is significantly less than 70,000. We're looking at if what we are working on right now goes through, some of our employees may get $10,000 to $15,000 increase. So
So are we
So
saying
these-
50,000?
I think you could safely say we're budgeted somewhere in the neighborhood of $55,000 to $60,000.
Okay. And I'll tell you, I know Commissioner Gameros and Commissioner Sanchez have been on the CRUA boards before, and I know that they snatch those level 4 operators just as soon as they're being trained. And El Paso is snatching a lot.
And
So is Phoenix.
just to let you know, the 2 that are retiring are level 4s.
Are level 4s?
Yes, correct.
I'm so sorry.
I know.
That's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if there are no other questions, I'd like to read the resolution into the record.
By all means, please do, sir.
A resolution authorizing transfer of funds, creation of additional positions for utilities, water and wastewater supervisors and operators. Whereas the proper operation of water and wastewater services is crucial for delivering safe and effective services to the public. And whereas the recent restructuring of the Department of Public Works has included the utilities section, and whereas the county continues to expand wastewater services to include in the Chaparral area, and whereas the regulatory environment has continued to evolve, adding more oversight and the need to conduct more testing and reporting, which adds to the administrative burden. And whereas within the existing staff, there are several individuals who have already notified administration of their intent to retire in the next 7 months, and the county cannot successfully operate the existing system if the positions are vacant due to a lack of backfill capability from years of plans to eliminate the utilities section. And whereas the county continues to plan for the eventual assumption of at least part of the Camino Real Regional Utility Authority service area, and it is essential that key high-level positions be created and filled in order to allow for planning by the Assistant Director of Public Works Utilities for the eventual assumption of water and wastewater services. Now therefore be it resolved that the County Commission, 1, hereby authorizes the transfer of up to $350,000 from county reserves for the creation of 4 new positions. A, authorizes the creation of 2 water wastewater supervisor positions to provide oversight of the laboratory, testing, operations, and report, as well as supervision of existing wastewater operators. And B, authorizes the creation of 2 water wastewater level 4 positions to create some depth and relief capability to allow for covering vacancies due to current staff taking vacations, sick leave, holidays, or retirement. And 2, authorizes the creation of said positions at pay rates to be established by the county manager in consultation with the Director of Human Resources and the union as applicable. And 3, authorizes the county manager to sign all necessary documents to carry out the transfer of funds, transfer of personnel, and creation of positions. Passed and adopted this 9th day of December 2025, assuming you pass it.
Thank you, sir. That was great. Any other questions, commissioners? Seeing none, any public comment? Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2025-149.
Okay, thank you, Brandy. Next, we do have item number 17, which we have approved resolution to allocate up to $300,000 from county reserves to Department of Public Works, which authorizes the creation of one new Assistant Director of Public Works, a project management position, and, two new project management positions as part of a restructure to prepare for the increased workload starting January of 2026. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gometos. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Reynolds.
And I think this one applies as well. We'll have to read it in its entirety.
Correct. Okay, take it away, Mr. Lopez.
For the next minute, good morning. Then by others will be afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. The item before you is related to our discussions during the board's retreat, where we have identified a lot of very exciting opportunities for the county to really advance what we do in our communities, but that is going to require us, in order to be efficient and effective and timely, to have good, solid project management. So what we are asking for is the creation of these positions so that we can start getting people on board as we start really the in-depth planning for these projects, so that we have project managers that are literally there on projects from birth all the way through implementation.
Wonderful. Commissioners, questions on this? Can you actually talk about, Stephen, can you talk about how we're kind of not, I don't want to say deficient in this, but we're really struggling, especially with ICIP projects, just making sure. Can you talk a little bit about where we're at right now so we can talk about where we want to go on this?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to highlight all of the work that our project management team does. Not only do they manage projects for construction in our facilities, any renovations that take place, such as what we're doing right now with our fire stations in order to put in the automated medication dispensing equipment, requires coordination with electricians, with IT, in some cases with plumbers and carpenters. And it's really critical. And as we are moving forward in all of these areas, including even, as was highlighted earlier, an ice rink required a lot of effort. And normally that's something we would assign a project manager to handle, but they're tapped out. Our existing staff are tapped out, and that's not even starting to talk about the project management we need in roads and in utilities. And IT has kind of indicated they're willing to tap out and hand over the reins on some of their projects that a project manager can kind of help accelerate for them, so that their staff only need to pop in and give guidance as to what they need. So really there is so much going on in the county, and with the passage of the general obligation bond, so much more that's going to be coming forward.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, so when you mention project manager positions, are they going to overlap with the water services? So will a project manager be overlapping with those services?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, you are absolutely correct. Our thoughts are, by pulling this unit into Public Works, they will be servicing any projects on utilities, any projects with roads, any engineering projects like bridges. They will be taking care of buildings. They'll be able to support, for example, IT. So this will now become kind of a county-wide project management unit rather than being focused, as they have in the past, mostly on facilities.
So each project manager will have their own little area of expertise if we could say, or will they be?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, we fully expect to be at least 2 deep in each area for backup. There may be somebody who's really, really good at or has a lot of experience in utilities, but we fully expect they're going to train another project manager to be able to replace them, because our project managers also deserve some time off during the year. And that is actually a point where we found it actually can slow projects down. Somebody wants to go on vacation with their family for 2 weeks, and on a project calendar, that actually can really be disruptive. So we're hoping to have a primary and a backup for all major projects. We do hope that we can get people in that have expertise in certain areas. Justin has done a great job of building this team up under Robert's guidance, and we're hoping to continue that path. If that makes sense.
All right, and just so the public is aware, because I was asked this question, regarding reserves, we anticipate that this money that is going out will be replaced by GO bond money that's coming in. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, that is entirely up to the board as to how you want to handle this on projects moving forward. Certainly, that is something that other governmental entities in our area do. When a project manager, for example, is assigned to a project, part of their salary shifts to that project. If that is a policy decision the board would like to move forward with, that is certainly something that we can bring back to you.
But that's what's anticipated, is that correct? Either that or the anticipated Project Jupiter monies?
So, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, the county's level of gross receipts taxes by the end of this fiscal year should greatly exceed what was budgeted, in part due to what we are going to be receiving from Project Jupiter. And therefore, there should be, I'm looking over at DCM Lucio Luttrell to confirm, but we should be in good shape on this for reserves.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chapato, yes, we are in good shape with our reserves, and we are anticipating that GRT from construction will begin coming in the next few months. And we do plan to come to the board as that GRT comes in to begin to allocate towards the needs, priorities of this board and management, so that it's not just being allocated without the board approval.
Thank you. And maybe I misunderstood when we had our agenda review, but, and I can't remember who it was that stated this, that we were anticipating from Project Jupiter and the GO bond to replenish the reserves regarding 16 and 17. And correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but that's what I heard and that's what I wrote down.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, now I am on board with what you're asking. My apologies for not getting there sooner. Yes, we will have the opportunity at your direction and discretion, as Lucio mentioned, as that additional GRT that is above our budget starts coming in, should the board choose to go ahead and replenish or create new, I'm going to call them savings accounts, you'll be able to do that. So if you want to start putting money back into, for example, the hospital lease fund that we have taken for some of the projects out of, you will be able to do that. Is that correct, Lucio?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I just come from the generation where we save for everything, right? And we don't spend money that we shouldn't be spending just in case something happens. And I'm really concerned about the monies that will be reduced from the federal government and how the county will be addressing this in the future, so that we're transparent and accountable to the people that voted the commissioners in. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And it's just a comment, I think, to Vice Chair Chapato's comments. I think one of the things that with trying to tread lightly here, given what the motion is at the moment, but I would agree. I think one of the potential opportunities here for us is ACM Lopez has noted, is to be able to create the savings accounts, which could then potentially create opportunities for interest-bearing accounts that would then be able to further fund future endeavors or provide long-term funding for certain endeavors as well. So I think I appreciate you highlighting that, because I think there's a lot of potential here for those types of things. And I think the other potential, I think, is, as we've heard from the state's LFC, is there's concern around the economy and the kind of I know while we were trying to be conservative over the with our budget over the next few years, if there is a concern of us going into recession, this might provide some level of protection or buffer to that. So, and I think again, and then I guess addressing, I think a pretty salient point that the vice chair brought up is the cutting from federal government. So appreciate her highlighting that. So thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in on this as well, because I think that we need to be aware of the fact that there are several state statutes and policies that revolve around how much money we actually keep in reserve and what's required and what's not. And we have to be careful and cognizant of the fact that if we keep too much in reserve, we lose support from the state. So I think this board needs to be involved in a very serious understanding of exactly where our financial position is before we start trying to allocate monies without understanding the risk of us not getting the support we need from the state. And because I'm leaving, I want to say that now, because I'm not going to be here to tell you that next year when you're trying to make these decisions. But we need to tread carefully here about exactly what we commit to with all these funds, so that we don't prevent us from getting the support that we require and is necessary and available to us from other entities throughout the state and the federal government as well. So we need to have an education on financing early January before we start making these decisions. Just my recommendation.
And Commissioner, I have your number.
I'm sorry?
I have your number. I'll call you.
You do. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner Reynolds, we'll give you 3 minutes. You can come and talk to us all the time.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's really all I ever say of value anyway. It only takes about 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, our interim director of public works wanted me to point out, just in roads alone, we have 90 projects over the next 18 months. So that really highlights needing to have this in place. And if there are no other questions, I'd like to go ahead and read the resolution into the record.
Please do.
A resolution authorizing transfer of funds, creation of additional positions for project management in Department of Public Works. Whereas professional project management is instrumental in ensuring planning and construction take place on time and on budget. And whereas the recent passage of general obligation bonds will result in up to $140 million in projects being taken on over the next few years. And whereas the existing project management staff are spread across multiple departments, hindering collaboration and efficient operation. And whereas the county will benefit from consolidating project management and having a consistent approach to projects from conception to completion. Now therefore be it resolved that the County Commission, 1, hereby authorizes the transfer of up to $300,000 from county reserves for the creation of a new Assistant Director of Public Works project management position, as well as 2 additional project manager positions. And 2, authorizes the creation of said positions at pay rates to be established by the county manager in consultation with the Director of Human Resources. And 3, authorizes the county manager to sign all necessary documents to carry out the transfer of funds, transfer of personnel, and creation of positions, passed and adopted this 9th day of December 2025, assuming the board approves.
Awesome, thank you. Any follow-ups? Any public comment? Brandy, go ahead.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
That
Motion
does-
carries.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2025-150.
Awesome, thank you. Next up, we do have item number 18, which is to approve a resolution supporting MVRDA, which is MIRVDA, Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, their request to reclassify emergency service telecommunicators as public safety employees under the state retirement. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gameros and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. We do have Mr. Lopez here today. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners, good afternoon. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager, And as the designee of County Manager Scott Andrews to the MRVDA board, I am very pleased to bring this to you. As you all know, and especially Commissioner Reynolds, who has spent a lot of effort with Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch in his time as being the board's representative to MRVDA. Our public safety telecommunicators, the 911 dispatchers, are absolutely essential to ensuring that when people are in their darkest hour, that they have access to the services that they need. And they frequently get treated by state statute, by federal regulations, as administrative personnel, the same category as a receptionist or a secretary. They do much more. This resolution doesn't change that by itself. I wish we had that authority at the county level, but it does express the board's desire for the state and federal agencies involved to consider changes to really recognize 911 dispatchers as the first of the first responders. And with that, I am happy to take any questions, and I am grateful that, Mr. Chair, you confirmed this one did get published in the original packet because it's a long one and I'd rather not have to read it.
Glad I could help out. Commissioners, any questions on this?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment.
Yeah, please.
And, ACM Lopez has actually pointed out something very critical here. And that is, if anyone has ever called 911, the people answering the phone stay on the phone until the first responders arrive. And they walk them through critical medical advice and care advice to make sure that they stay calm and they're taken care of, and at least try to maintain some level of expertise and control of the situation. They're not just answering phones and doing clerical work. They're actually trained in first aid, trained in response, trained in calming people down, de-escalating situations. They do so much more. And the sad thing is through all their effort of working, we've never been able to staff it up to 100% since I've been on board for 7 years. So they're working, multiple hours of overtime, pulling double shifts sometimes, 16 hours a day, and at least here, and it's happening all over the state. No, I don't know of a single organization that's fully staffed for 911 responders in the state. And yet, if they work for 15, 20 years, only half of their income gets counted toward their retirement. That's the challenge here. That's the biggest problem, is they're not recognized to get the same retirement plan as the first responders. And so when they try to retire, they can't. They just don't have the money. And so this will, if we can get them recognized as first responders and recognized for the effort they do in the critical role that they play in the safety of everyone in the community, I think it's only fair that they get the same benefits of other first responders, especially in retirement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Really quick question on that too. Does this retroactively do anything for them, or is this just for future?
Mr. Chair, other than this expressing the board's desire, unfortunately, it doesn't actually do anything for them retroactively nor future, but we're hopeful it's one more loud voice added to the call for them to be recognized.
And we're hoping the state statute does provide them with retroactive recognition of their work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would ask our legislators to do.
Okay, got it. Cool. Any other questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, of
if I
course.
may. If any of those persons are listening, I know and I'm very familiar with the work that they do. And so many thanks, and I hope this helps. Thank you.
Perfect. And we'll make sure that our lobbyists get a copy of this and help us in Santa Fe. I think this is great. Okay, seeing nothing else, any public comment? Okay, Brandy?
Commissioner Gametos?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries.
That does have a resolution number.
Go ahead.
That number is 2025-151.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we do have 2 agenda items under public hearings today. The first one is public hearing for amendment number 1 to ordinance number 363-2025, the Doña County Lodgers Tax Ordinance.
Okay, there's no presentation for this one.
Oh,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
that is the first one though, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, you're telling them no, not me no.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Who said second?
I did, Sanchez.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Gamenos made the motion. Commissioner Sanchez seconded the motion. Christina, oh, I have to swear you in. Do I? Yeah, I do. Do you
Might as
promise
well.
to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a pretty simple one. I know we just approved the lodger's tax in the summer, but now that we've started to implement it, we found some areas that could be just clarified, and we had some processes in there that were duplicative. So it's basically to allow quarterly reporting, to eliminate a duplicative section where we already have a process for approving business registrations. We will just follow the same process and include the lodger's tax form for those that where it does apply, and just clarifying the duties of different departments. We have already started collecting with the one hotel that is in the county, and I forgot to check before I came in here, but we've already collected around, I would say, a little over 5,000, if I'm correct. And we do have a couple of short-term rentals that are reporting on their own, but we do plan to roll in the short-term rentals officially in January.
Perfect.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
I know this seems small, but it does excite me a little bit. So I like it. Commissioners, any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question.
Yeah.
Ms. Ainsworth, I know, so have we not been, I guess I was trying to look through, and so are we adding RV parks, or was that not originally included? Because the way it looks here is it looks like it was intended to be maybe included, but I just don't know, or is that added?
Yes, it was intended to be included, and I believe we were just refining that definition
Okay,
to make it more clear, but we did include the RV parks.
interesting. I never would have thought lodger's tax with an RV park, but it makes sense. It just,
Yeah, it's a short-term rental as well.
yeah. Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You got it. Any other questions, commissioners? None? Any public comment on this? Okay. Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Okay,
Thank you.
you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, next up, we do have item number 20, which is the preliminary plat approval for Type 2 subdivision to be known as the Villas Apicacho Mountain Subdivision. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
Okay, there's actually another presentation, which is the one for the department. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is approving a preliminary plat for Picancho Mountain, which was actually approved initially on January 11th, 2022, and unfortunately it expired because the final plat was not approved prior to its expiration. It is composed of 87 lots and about 112 acres. Sizes of lots range from 75 acres to 1.99 acres. And they are requesting 4 modifications. One is to the thoroughfare cross-section to reduce the right-of-way from 85 to 80 feet and increase the curb to curb from 38 feet to 44 feet. The applicant, with regard to public lighting, would like to maintain the character of the area and therefore is not proposing street lighting. And then the fourth one is for the sidewalks to be installed by the property, whoever develops the lots, as opposed to having them installed with the subdivision. And let me just make sure I didn't skip anything. Okay, I think I got everything. This is the area there in Picacho Mountain. It is part of that larger master plan. And this is the area, you can see that it was already graded and a lot of the infrastructure had already been installed. However, because they transitioned from one owner to another, they were not able to complete it before the expiration of the plat. And this is what the layout looks like. And these are photos of the area. You can see some of the infrastructure already in there. So it's pretty much ready. They just have to finish out some of these streets. With that, the department and the DRC did recommend approval. The applicant is here and also has a presentation.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Ainsworth so far?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, of course, Commissioner Sanchez.
If I'm seeing these images correctly, all the lots have already been prepared. Am I correct? I mean, so the grading is done, most of the backfill is done, most everything is done, so this is ready for development. Except with the widening of the roads.
Yeah, I believe there is still some infrastructure lacking, but it's very close.
What about the sewer lines and things like that?
I think the applicant could answer those questions better than I could.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christine, I know that it was noted during the presentation that I think we're sitting on the.
Yeah, somebody's hitting the light back there.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't know if I was getting ready to faint and losing the light or what. You noted that in terms of public lighting, that to maintain the character of the area, there's not going to be proposed street lighting. Is there not potential to be able to use lighting along the sidewalks that then would allow lighting for safe walking in the evening, but still not be invasive or create huge areas or light pollution within the subdivision? That could be potentially explored as an alternative. And the reason I ask is because I know, I think we look at here when we're not during daylight savings, we have sunset at 5 p.m. And if they're going to be building sidewalks, it would be, my thought is, unless somebody's going to carry, I think as we carry a flashlight, it would be, if we want to create more walkable neighborhoods, there could be that potential for a balance where we're not creating light pollution, but also creating areas that are more conducive to that by allowing for, light that goes down and illuminates the walking areas. I just didn't know if that was explored.
We could definitely ask the applicant if they're open to that, but, part of the reason for the modification is because all of the area that was already developed has been developed that way, and to maintain that character, these modifications, we believe, are appropriate, just to keep the continuity of what's already been developed in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we do have the applicant here today.
Yes, and can we have the other presentation as well?
Okay, sir, if you can please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, Bob Pofall, one of the co-managers of this development and owners. Thank you for letting me speak here. This project, as was stated, is 112 acres, 87 lots, is one of the last parcels other than the part that's called Picacho Development, Picacho Mountain Master Plan. This piece is separate, is not part of the other HOA we have that we're developing up in that area. You can see right here, this is the parcel we've been developing for some years, this parcel right here, bordered by Anthem Drive and Picacho Hills Country Club here, and then our National Recreation Area here. The subdivision, we acquired this from Bill Cupid, who is retired, and actually was started before Bill. This was been sitting vacant for 12 to 15 years, and although we have quite a bit of land up in Picacho Mountain, we felt it was prudent to kind of finish this neighborhood out. It's been a block of semi-developed property, and isn't always the greatest looking thing to see a partially developed piece of property. And so just the plat expired in July before we had all of our funding and things ready to go. You can see, as Commissioner Reynolds said, all the pads have been developed, the streets are in, and the main water, sewer, all the utilities are down the main spine. The gas is in all of the area, and the balance of the utilities will be stalled. The ponding areas have been built. There's one small pond that still needs to be dug out a little more. This connects down to Vista Rieno, Anthem Drive, and has two other exits here. Tuscany goes out to Barcelona Ridge and will be one of the main areas. This is just an overlay so you can see the streets and the lots a little bit better, overlaid over the drawing, or over the aerial photo. Again, it was asked about lighting. We normally, what we have required on all the homes up there is to have down lighting that goes out and helps to light, out into the area without ruining the night sky. It's a big thing up there to preserve the night sky and have lights that shine down and out. And we've been very particular about how we've designed those. So that helps to light for the walkers. The plans have been previously approved and completed. And so this project's ready to move forward. Any comments that were outstanding have been provided back to staff and on all the different parts of this. We believe this is an important project for our community. It brings important buyers here to our community that are looking to move here. And we think that the quality of this development, particularly on the West Mesa here, is great for the area and to build it out. The benefits, is it's GRT and property taxes and again, will employ lots of people in the area with these potential buyers for these lots. There are very few lots left up in the Picacho Hills, West Mesa area, so this is a valuable improvement. There is a shortage of housing all over the state of New Mexico and here at every price level. So happens this is a mid to upper end project. We know there's also lots of need for affordable housing, but this project has been designed for years with this, but we have a shortage of housing here in our community. Again, it's designed as an upscale product and something that we've been able to work on for lots of years. A lot of these buyers would be going to Arizona or they're coming from Arizona or would be going to Arizona, California, and even northern New Mexico. The plat was previously approved. That's been pointed out by staff. The subdivision is 50% developed, and we believe 100% completion would be valuable for Picacho Hills. And the roads and getting the roads finished and all these ponding areas completed will really protect runoff and silt on the roads in the area and be good for property tax revenue. Again, totally developed. And I guess the one thing I would add, there's a petition that was sent in that we got a copy of that requested right now, Picacho Mountain has been maintaining this road. This is access. We have been talking with staff. I believe we started in May already with staff about taking over, the county taking over maintenance. We submitted an application for that on July 17th, but we're waiting till last month when you approved an ordinance that allows for the county to take these private.
Are you talking about Vista Del Rio, or are you talking about the whole subdivision?
Well, this subdivision was designed as public roads.
Okay, perfect.
The only one is this section of, I'd have to roll back to my beginning slide here. Right along this border right here, this is Anthem Drive. There's a portion of it here that serves this project, and we would maintain that until we get it so that the homeowners of Picacho Mountain are not burdened by that. We would cover that until we work things out with the county.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, I noticed on one section here, section 5 or 6, yeah, section 6, the smallest lot is 3/4 of an acre,
That's correct.
and the largest lots are going to be about 2 acres.
That's correct.
You don't have any plans to request to increase the density of the lots or
No.
anything like that? Okay.
No, it's going to stay, all the streets are laid out, the pads, the driveways even to the lots are graded. So no, we're not going to.
Okay, no changes to the original, okay, approval plats, okay. Thank you.
Okay, and then also, just out of curiosity, since you came into this in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Has any lots already been sold, or are you guys starting off fresh?
Well, we can only take reservations until the plat's approved.
Okay.
We can't actually sign a contract, but I would say there's lots of interest and demand.
Okay. No, and I think we definitely support the rest of Anthem being taken over, so that would be great to get that application in. Cool. Any other questions, commissioners? None? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hopeful, we appreciate you. Christina, anything else before I hear from public comment?
I did want to mention, I forgot to mention that we did receive a letter from a group of homeowners regarding the Anthem Road and their request to have it taken over by the county.
Perfect.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, that's a huge arterial.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I think as soon as they'll be up to county standards, I don't think we have any problem taking over the road.
We're all looking at Steven. Sorry, Steven.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, per the changes that you made in the private road adoptions, yeah, there's now a formal process for us to go through. I know that Mr. Pofall has been in contact with our interim director of public works, Dan Sombrano, on that. So we're very excited to be able to bring it back to you when it's ripe for adoption.
Okay, perfect. Okay, anything else, Christina? Okay, I will call for public comment. If any member of the public would like to give comment, if they can please form a line down the center. Only one person? Ma'am, if you can please state your name.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mary Steigman.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you promise to tell the truth, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am a resident of the Picacho Mountain Development, which is the development immediately adjacent to and generally west of the villas. And I wish the developers and their investors every success with the villas, but it cannot come on the backs of Picacho Mountain homeowners. And again, we just the homeowners of Picacho Mountain. I like that picture up there because it's important, because there's two pieces of misinformation that are floating around, and I want to correct that. But I was very pleased to hear that the county is considering taking the road over, but there certainly was a condition that it be brought to county standards, and that should not be at the Picacho Mountain homeowners' cost. It should be at the developer's cost. And also, the other thing that, again, I just know that misinformation may have been provided to county staff, but the villas is not part of the Picacho Mountain Master Planned Community. I mean, you can see it from up there. and it cannot be added to the master plan without the approval of the Picacho Mountain homeowners, a very significant percentage of them. And so it was kind of interesting that the first slide that's shown, it says Picacho Mountain. There is a great deal of misinformation about what I just corrected, that the Villas is part of Picacho Mountain. It's on the internet, it's on signs, and it is not. And I mean, honestly, it's a total misrepresentation. I mean, the slide said Picacho Mountain. It's not part of the Picacho Mountain Master Plan community. It's just not, and it unlikely ever would be. And I'm concerned about that information that is being spread around. It's being disseminated on the internet by the developer on the developers' websites. And also, I'm very pleased to hear from the commissioners and not just from the developer that there is a serious plan to have the county take over maintenance of the road, because we actually have heard that for many years and it's never happened. I would like to respectfully request that the preliminary plat not be approved until the residents and the construction has appropriate access to that. That's not funded by adjacent homeowners. Thank you.
My name is Curtis Borden.
If you can raise your right hand, Curtis?
Yes.
Do you promise to tell the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We got two big main problems up there that nobody seems to want to look at. All of these houses have to come down to Picacho to get off. There's no other way for them to get, no way for them to get out of there. I mean, it's not right. You look at the map, and it shows you all these streets go down and come into Picacho. Now, if you have a big fire up there, everybody's dead. And that's not right. Then they don't consider the water situation. We have a bad water situation with Doña County that the developer puts in all the pipes right up to the curb line. And Doña will take it from the curb line 10 feet to your new property at a price of $9,500. And they're not out anything but 10 feet of pipe. Now, something's wrong there. You add all 87 lots at $9,500. You're talking about a lot of money. And then we go for water pressure. On one side of the street, it blows out. On the other side of the street, we don't have any. So you can't get it divided. They tried to work on it last year. And they said, well, put in new valves. Well, they did. But we went from 70 pounds to 40 pounds. So I went up there and asked them, I said, we don't have any water pressure. They said, well, the state says that we only need to furnish 40 pounds. Well, you try to run your house on 40 pounds of pressure. With all these houses up there, we've got 2 or 3 bathrooms. Then they want to irrigate or water their yard. There's no pressure. And they don't care. They want that $9,500 to tie on. I know, I have another lot I'm trying to tie on right now. And that's what they tell me. But the main issue is getting the cars out of there. You can't have that many houses going down there and trying to get out on one street. It just doesn't work. They don't say nothing about it. They say Tilton, they can go out on Tilton. Sure, it goes out and comes out on one street, all the way down to Picacho Avenue. So you guys look at this very seriously. We would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sir, and when you're talking about, when you're talking about the water hookup, you're talking about Doña Mutual, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But find out about them, because it's been a crucial situation.
Thank you, sir. We'll get through public comment, sir. If you can state your name, please.
Hi, I'm Pete Frank.
Do you promise to tell the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. I just had a comment about Anthem Road as a public road. I'm a Picacho Mountain resident as well. And I agree, if you guys take over Anthem, that would be great, it'd be appropriate. It is a county collector, or it's a MPO collector, and now's probably a good time to have it happen. My concern is if you don't decide to do that, I've heard the applicant say that, while construction's going on, they'll pay for any repairs. The problem is not while the construction's going on. The problem is the damage to the roads by the heavy construction equipment, so that, you may not need to do much for 2 or 3 years, but yet there may be a lot of damage to the road that occurs in the meantime. So I'd like, if you decide not to take over Anthem as a public road, which is preferable and what I believe is appropriate, that there be some obligation placed on the applicant, not just for current repairs of the road, but for the value of what's been taken from the road in order to do that construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. With that being said, Commissioner, yes.
Yeah, well, I'd like to make one observation, is once, and I appreciate your all's concern, because I think we have similar concerns. Once we take over the road, the county takes over the road, if there's any future damage, I mean, it'll be up to the county to do it with no cost to the residents or the developer. But the road does have to come up and meet our standards, which are pretty rigorous, especially since we also recognize that most of the damage done by roads is from heavy equipment and semis. So most of our roads are actually designed, especially when they're access roads to a community, most of them are designed to handle even mostly semi-traffic as well. So I don't think that would be a problem as long as it's maintained during the development of the project, and also to county standards. And once we take it over, there's no cost to the residents about maintaining the road. It's covered with our normal taxes. So I think we're in pretty good shape on this, as far as I can tell. The only other thing I would say is I believe that this board is also considering an alternate routes in and out of that community. As one gentleman mentioned, possible big fire, not able to get out. I know that we as a board are actually considering how we can alleviate that problem and make sure under our Office of Emergency Management guidelines that we have 2 entries and exits to every community at a minimum. And so we are absolutely forward-looking as to make sure we have safe communities for everyone. And so I don't think that if this board continues, which I believe it will when I'm gone, I think we're going to cover all that in the next 3 to 6 months, so you won't have a problem. That's just my understanding. And I don't think that put anything on the plans or hold them up, we're going to cooperate with them. I don't think it's going to be a problem. But because we're going to take over that road, I know we are. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and come on up because I think there will be a couple questions. I understand the road concerns. I 100% do, because it's something that we deal with here at the county all the time. But I also do know that there's Tuscany is a county maintained road.
Right.
That leads directly into the, I mean, you can see it right here. It kind of touches the tip of the golf course.
Yeah,
Golf
it's right
course.
there, right there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know that's a county maintained road as well. There, and then you have like Renoir that feeds into
Right.
Up there. Unfortunately, it kind of just all goes into one road there. So if you can kind of just talk about your plans for, because you did state that you would maintain the roadway as to help Picacho Mountain.
Right, and I want to make it very clear that this has not been proposed, nor is it planned to be part of the Picacho Mountain Homeowner Association, that specific master plan that's here. We as the developer own that Picacho Mountain designation, so from a marketing standpoint, it's the Picacho Mountain, but it's this is a separate HOA, separate from that. So what we propose is until the county would take this over, we'll maintain it for whatever time that takes.
Okay.
Well, during construction and afterwards, we will maintain that portion of Anthem. And then I think, and then also with the water pressure, years ago, we paid millions of dollars to put $1.8 million, the 2 tanks that are up there. We paid for those before Doña even owned it. There's plenty of water pressure here. They're working hard to figure out how to balance their valves. The water pressure's there. It's just the engineering to balance the valves between the old area of Picacho and the new area. In some cases, and so that's just an engineering problem for Doña Mutual.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't. Commissioners, anything?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment from the board.
Yeah, please.
And I know the board, and most you don't know, is we are working on a way to improve the water management in the whole county. And so we're already in the process of doing that, and I expect, again, something to be done for managing the water pressure and water quality and all the water systems in the county within the next 6 months. Okay, certain actions the board's already taking. We're just not ready to make it happen yet, but we're getting close. Okay, so hopefully
Great.
we'll fix your problem two ways, the valves and also helping to manage the water resource companies.
Thank you. And just to kind of talk on that second entrance or the second relief route for Picacho Hills, that is something that I believe it was Representative Small as well as the commissioner prior to me all were working on diligently. So I know that it's definitely something that we're talking about to help alleviate a lot of that congestion. But also, we had a P&Z case the last meeting, and people actually loved the fact that there's only one entrance into Picacho Hills because it's safe. You can watch from your house who's coming in and out of that roadway, and you feel safe and secure. So I think it's definitely a balancing act because a lot of people like that security, and a lot of people understand that there's nowhere to go, per se. You can find a way out if you have a 4x4 vehicle, but it is about safety and security and making sure that our residents are taken care of and that our emergency vehicles can get out in and out of that community. But I do want to let you know that we are looking at that. We are asking for funding. Have we done a study, or are we doing a study?
Public Works has a study underway right now for secondary access that would put it out somewhere near Barker Produce.
Perfect. And as soon as we get that done, we will come up to Picacho Hills and talk to you all about it and figure out exactly what we're going to do. Any other questions, commissioners? Christina, anything else?
I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And there are a lot of other access in there, even via Emma's a county road that's pretty wide as well. So, I mean, we can definitely figure this out from a planning perspective. Cool? Okay. Brandy.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Sheljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion does carry. Thank you. Thank you as well, sir, and everyone for coming out today. We appreciate it. Okay, next up is, core commissioner input follow-up. Any commissioner that has any follow-up input? You're good?
I'm gonna have something.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to say as my final statement for this board, I have truly enjoyed the opportunity to serve the public for the last 7 years. And I think everybody at this board, everybody at the staff, you guys have just been amazing. And I think in the difference the board is today from when I joined 7 years ago is almost night and day. And I see a lot more going on for the community. I see a lot more money available. Our GDP has tripled since I've been on the board in the last 7 years, at least. So now we have a lot more resources. We have a lot better staff. We are hiring up to increase the ability to serve the public better. And I can tell you the focus is not as much on the county now as it is on the public, and I think that's a wonderful thing. So we listen, we care. Everybody on staff, I know that I've talked to, when you call them, you should get a response. And then 9 times out of 10, you usually get what you need within a week or 2 weeks. And that's amazing. I think it's a great county. It's a great county to be a part of, great place to live in, and we're going to make it better over the next couple of years. And I can see that and feel that. And I'm going to try and help you any way I can. And thank you guys for supporting me.
Commissioner, it's gonna be different not having you up here come the first of the year. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of enjoy having you over there. But thank you for what you've done and everything you do for your community. I know that you're a champion, and looking forward to seeing what the future holds. And thank you for helping us get where we are today.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds, I wish you the best of luck in everything you do in the future. And thank you for, during these few years, helping me get through some issues. When I'd call you, you would take the time to take my call and give me your take on different things. Much appreciated. Good luck. Yes, there you go.
I love it. Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, thank you for your mentorship. I've only had you for a year. Everybody else has had you for longer than I have, and thank you for all the support you've given me. I really do appreciate that. And just, for your knowledge that you've passed on and the knowledge that we're going to lose out. So I'm going to miss you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing. I had one job one time. I had a job and I was leaving. And I told my manager, I said, yeah, I'm leaving. He says, I said, I hope it won't impact you too much. His comment was, it'll be like taking my hand out of water. You guys are not making me feel that way, so I appreciate it.
You love that. Anyone else?
No, Commissioner Reynolds, again, I know I said a few words this morning, as we started, but I want to say thank you. I think one of the comments you made about the change of this board from when we first started serving to now, it's a whole different tenor. And so I appreciated the journey with you through these years, so thank you. I did want to say one other thing to my fellow commissioners, to county management, the staff. Thank you for an amazing 2025. With this being our last meeting of the calendar year, I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I hope, even though I know we've still got a few more weeks before the end of the year, and we've got some meetings between now and then out in the community, but I do want to say thank you so much for your commitment, your steadfast support as we went through, I think, some challenging times through this year, but I am super appreciative of the efforts of every single person that's in this room and those that are working out in the offices. Thank you all so much for your dedication to the people of Doña County and really supporting us as the commission and helping give us information, sharing information, and helping educate us. So thank you so much. And again, hope you all have a time to relax over the holidays.
Okay. Brandy? Any correspondence?
Correspondence, yes. We have 3. Paso del Norte LLC versus Doña County, Abel Romero versus Doña County, Omar Benitez versus Doña County.
Thank you, Brandy. And there will be no closed session today, correct? Okay. Okay, so the time is 1 o'clock on the dot, and we will call this meeting adjourned.